Chapter 985. In the void, the bodies of cultivators exploded and were blasted into dust, and the North Deep instantly lost many of its fighters. The battle matrix completely disintegrated and collapsed. In the void, the bodies of cultivators exploded and were blasted into dust, and the North Deep instantly lost many of its fighters. The battle matrix completely disintegrated and collapsed. How could Yi Futian miss such an opportunity? The alliance of three major battle matrices had mighty powers, and now there was an opportunity to breach one of them. His speed was beyond fast, crossing the void and aiming for Kuan of the North Deep. Kuan of the North Deep was already attacked by the power of telekinesis, and in his mind appeared a Kuanpeng that was guarding him. But the shadow of the goddess appeared directly in his mind as if a catastrophe of thunder rules had descended, madly attacking the power of his spiritual will. His head felt heavy and confused. He found it difficult to concentrate and detected a strong sense of danger from the outside world. His body quickly retreated, using pure instinct. The life spirit of the Kungpeng opened its wings fully, and in a flash, it was gone. But in that instant, he felt as if all of time and space seemed to have solidified. His body seemed to be trapped in the mud. Radiant lights burst into the air, and when he saw that the halberd of time and space appeared in front of his eyes, it was impossible to escape the solidified space he was in. Without the battle matrix to expand his power, although Kuan of the North Deep was in the ranks of the sages, under this force, it was still difficult for him to move. The two wings of the Kuanpeng tried to close with great difficulty to shroud the body within. Yi Futian descended with the speed of lightning, and with a loud boom, the wings of the Kuanpeng were torn apart. The horrible vortex of madness could turn everything into ruin. The wings were shredded, and the halberd of time and space penetrated through them, sliding against the spear of the darkness and stabbing toward the other's head, not giving any chance to Kuan of the North Deep. Die! Kuan of the North Deep roared, and the spear of darkness pierced towards Yi Futian's heart. However, Yi Futian did not evade even slightly, and the movement was completed in one attempt, extremely fast. There was a popping sound, and the halberd of time and space directly pierced through Kuan of the North Deep's head. His skull exploded and he was killed instantly. The spear of darkness swiped against Yi Futian's body and made sharp sounds. As the spear was not able to pierce through his body, it only left traces of blood, showing how strong Yi Futian's body had become. Saint Jiang was also looking at the battlefield. The third round of the medical trials had not been carried out for long, and Yi Futian's own realm was only at the level of a low-level sage, yet his flesh had already reached this level. If Yi Futian stepped into the top sage level and completed the medical testing, then even if he was not a saint, he would be like a saint. The divine catastrophe, to Yi Futian, would have no destructive power whatsoever, and this was what he wanted to achieve. Those with enough talent to set foot in the saint plane would not be destroyed by the divine catastrophe. Saint North Deep clenched his fists, a chilling air exuding from him. The strongest cultivator from the North Deep, just under the Saint Plane, Kuan of the North Deep, had just died in the battle. The battle matrix disintegrated and the divine implement was plundered, with many dead at Huang Jioga's hands. It was the equivalent of an early strikeout for the North Deep. Before, Su Chehan had also killed many of his cultivators from the North Deep. Among the three holy lands of the Endless Ocean, the North Deep suffered the most. Kill, Hua Jiyu said coldly. Her slender finger pressed down in the void, and the figure of the goddess behind her seemed to follow her movements as well. Her eyes were unfathomable, like an abyss, and as this finger pressed down, it felt like a catastrophe. Those cultivators from the North Deep, who were still alive, actually felt that there was beautiful, purple-golden lightning running through their spiritual willpower, piercing and destroying it with brutal and total disregard. What is going on with this girl? Saintly looked at Hua Jiyu. There were two shadows of illusion behind her. One was the illusion of a saint, residing within the body of Hua Jiyu, but the other one seemed to have been summoned and shone with radiance. Just a simple look at that illusion was enough to give people a sense of holiness, in addition to a strong sense of slaughter, to compel those around it to worship her. Saint Xia also gazed at Hua Jiyu. He vaguely felt that the power Hua Jiyu used was not that of her own, but the ability of the one summoned. However, no matter how much spiritual will that he employed, he was still unable to clearly see who had been summoned. But the feeling and the energy that had been casually revealed was enough to let him know that it was unfathomable. This feeling, Saint Xia had only ever seen it on one person, and that was the master of the upper and lower worlds, Emperor Xia. Could it be that this girl had some kind of a fortuitous opportunity? Hua Jiyu had also gone to the trial with the little princess, Xia Qingyuan, but he did not hear from anyone from the Xia clan about anything that had happened there to Hua Jiyu. Bang! A loud noise brought back Saint Xia and Saint Li's back. Yi Futian and the others had joined forces to destroy Kun of the North Deep. The cultivators of the Celestial Cliffs and the Ocean Palace were not sitting idly. The two battle matrices launched attacks at the same time. The silver-long spear turned into a dragon and blasted forward while the pagoda crushed and wiped out everything. After Yi Futian killed Kun, he rushed to resist the attack, but his body was knocked away. He spat up a mouthful of blood and his breath was shallow. How can his resistance be this strong? All the saints were staring at this battlefield. Saint Ji and the others had a terrible look. Such an attack was incredibly overpowering. The light of the pagoda came down with force. Not only did it crush and suppress the flesh, but also the spiritual will. But Yi Futian only spat out a mouthful of blood. Even peak-level sages did not have such defensive power. Apparently, the power of Yi Futian not only relied upon the attack ability of the halberd of time and space. The pagoda was suspended in the air like a golden mountain. Layers of glory continued to press down, like rounds of golden ripples. Yi Futian had an illusion that his spiritual willpower was being strongly squeezed, and his spiritual defense seemed to be chipped away little by little. At the same time, a power, like a great mountain of horror, suppressed the space in which he was in so that he was unable to move. There seemed to be an invisible storm upon Hua Jiyu, a storm of spiritual will that moved the elements between heaven and earth. She walked in the void, toward the cultivators from Celestial Cliffs. Lin Chi's eyes revealed his wariness. Although he was inside the battle matrix, Hua Jiyu had disregarded the battle matrix and invaded the power of spiritual will with the power of telekinesis. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Yi Futian naturally knew what to do at this time. There was a sacred power in his mind that was guarding him. The sound of rustling in the Life Palace came out, the ancient tree of the world swaying, and a curious force spread out and extended to the entire area that immediately surrounded them as if everything in this world was under his control. An infinitely large shadow appeared, and the immense body of the divine ape seemed to turn into a demon god, surrounded by the power of infinite stars. This divine ape directly stepped out from behind Yi Futian. Space freezing. The ruthless rule sorcery were released, and suddenly, the space where Yi Futian was became a space of absolute stillness. The rotational speed of the giant golden pagoda slowed down overhead, and with one great roar, many were shocked to find that the demon-like figure rose to the sky, arms wide open, and directly grabbed the huge golden pagoda. All the cultivators showed a look of surprise. The pagoda madly rotated, releasing beams of light, slowly shattering the force of the rules that froze the void bit by bit. At the same time, the demon-like divine ape descended, and its arms grasped the sacred pagoda, starry laws exploding, locking it within its power. Bang, bang, bang. The power of starry rules was smashed in madness, but the great divine ape still had the sacred pagoda in a tight grip. In the other direction, Ao Feng of the Ocean Palace smashed down. The giant silver dragon with the trident fell. Its momentum was explosive, aiming straight at Yi Futian for the kill, that space being suppressed without ceasing. Go! Yi Futian let out a scream, and a sacred dragon swooped up and went straight to the silver dragon, bringing the thundering rule power with the space-shattering rule hidden within, pulverizing everything. It collided with Ao Feng's attack. The thunder dragon and the silver dragon collided, and the two dragons fought violently. Yi Futian himself had turned into the rock, charging straight to Lin Chi and other cultivators from the Celestial Cliffs. The golden rock spread its wings like brilliant lightning, faster than the eyes could behold. Back! Lin Chi yelled, wanting to recall the sacred pagoda. all of their spiritual wills were poured into the sacred pagoda, and within it was the core of the battle matrix. But at the moment, the sacred pagoda was bound, while the storm of telekinesis from Huajiyu was shrouding them. In addition, Yi Futian had now come to attack this side, and at this instant, Lin Qi felt a strong sense of danger. Brilliant glory exploded from the sacred pagoda and smashed everything, and the immense divine ape gave a shockingly loud scream. The enormous body contained unparalleled power, but at the moment, it was slowly torn into pieces. The roaring thunder dragon, likewise, was also undergoing a devastating attack, but at the same time, there seemed to be a divine telekinesis power descending from the void. Lin Qi and the others only felt that the catastrophe had fallen, blasting them in their minds, and the battle matrix was moving unsteadily. In the front, with the halberd of time and space in hand, Yi Futian dashed straight ahead, his whole person wrapped up in the brilliance of the glory. The divine rock ran through the void and slaughtered everything. Boom! A loud bang and the halberd of time and space descended, a direct hit to the front of the battle matrix. Breach! Lin Qi screamed. The pagoda spun and returned, and the body of the divine ape exploded. But the golden rock turned into a light that annihilated all things, and went right through it, rushing into the battle matrix, and a golden path opened up, the space shattering and eliminating all obstacles in front. At this moment, bloody rain spread out from the sky, and many, without so much as a chance to scream, had their bodies torn into pieces. Even the strongest of them all, Lin Qi, who also had his body pierced by the halberd, died without any thought. On the battlefield, countless people witnessed the brilliant glory slaughtered from the front of the battle matrix to the back of it, destroying the battle matrix with the most brutal method possible. Even a few of the rest had been shot in the head by the arrows that came from below and were erased without a trace. This time, the cultivators in the battle matrix of the Celestial Cliffs were killed more simply than the cultivators of the North Deep. Madness. The hearts of many beat violently. Yi Futian wagered his life spirit and used the most direct method to destroy the battle matrix of the Celestial Cliffs. But to take this route, wouldn't he die for sure? Could he bear the cost of the destruction of his life spirit? Chapter 986, Bang! Bang! With a loud bang, the thunder dragon was torn and destroyed by the silver trident. Ao Feng's body emitted a terrible air, but there was no look of excitement on his face. He turned his eyes, and the cold swept toward Yi Futian. Over yonder, the cultivators of the Celestial Cliffs had been completely slaughtered. The three great holy lands of the Endless Ocean had assembled 3 battle matrices, and now 2 out of 3 elite battle matrices had been eliminated by the joint attack from Yi Futian and Huajiyu. This was a major tactic prepared just for Yi Futian, with all the cultivators battling madly outside just to kill the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace, thus isolating Yi Futian inside. Under this absolute advantage, it could be said that anyone lower than the Saint Plane would undoubtedly die. Even cultivators on the Sage and Saint ranking would suffer the same fate. But even so, to have the 2 battle matrices destroyed was evidence of the incredible offensive power that Yi Futian possessed. Once the battle matrix had been disintegrated, no one could resist, and any cultivator would be killed with a single blow, including those on the Sage ranking. Of course, the way of the telekinesis attack from Huajiyu was also extremely terrible, mysterious, and seemingly unsolvable. Not only Ao Feng but all the saints above the void and the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace on the battlefield were closely observing Yi Futian. Through Hua Qingqing's ability, they could clearly see what was happening with Yi Futian. His life spirit had been destroyed, which was absolutely considered fatal for cultivators. Once Yi Futian was gravely injured, even his cultivation would regress and he would die a very horrible death. Even if by a miracle he survived, if his cultivation was limited in the future, what would the meaning of being unparalleled in the 9 states be? Everyone from the Holy Ji Palace felt that their hearts were about to stop from extreme nervousness. Even those who were fighting were no exception, paying attention to what was currently happening to Yi Futian. Cough. A soft sound was heard, and this subtle sound actually affected the mood of the cultivators across the entire battlefield. When they saw that Yi Futian had coughed up blood, The cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace felt their hearts shaking. Those who were of a weaker plane had already expressed a desperate look. That legendary palace lord, who had brought the palace to its present status, such that 7 holy lands joined forces to fight against it, who caused turbulence across the entire 9 states, would today be the end of his legendary existence? If this legend was to wither, the palace would also follow along and cease to exist. As for Saint Ji, Saint Shihua, and the others, they wore a look of indifference and couldn't wait for Yi Futian to die. In the vast palace, the storm of destruction on the battlefield remained, but many felt an incredible silence, as if in the entire battlefield, there was only Yi Futian standing there. A frenzy of wind blew over, moving Yi Futian's long hair. His white garments were stained with blood. His face seemed a little pale, but he still looked so handsome. At this time, Yi Futian wiped the blood from the lower corner of his mouth with his left hand. He extended his hand and reached into the void and took the ownerless sacred pagoda. Then, under the gaze of the people, he pointed the halberd of time and space in his hand at Ao Feng, a cold smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. He asked, "Ready to die?" The golden-winged rock shone with dazzling brilliance and seemed to announce to all that even if his 2 life spirits were destroyed, he still had others. He was still the unparalleled Yi Futian of the 9 states. How is it possible that he is fine? Ao Feng looked bad, his eyes fixed on Yi Futian, who was still exuding a very strong air, albeit with some fluctuations. But he had not been affected much at all, still as strong as before. However, even if he had a variety of life spirits, with 2 of them destroyed, how could it have no effect on him? People who were on the side of the Holy Ji Palace were excited, and they seemed even more violent when battling. All of them were full of the great spirit of war. 2 out of 3 battle matrices had been destroyed, and all of them had been slaughtered. Only 1 last battle matrix remained, unable to block Yi Futian and Hua Jiu. As long as Yi Futian came out to attack, he would still be the target, and everywhere he passed, except for the strongest battle matrix, no one could counter him. Yi Futian was indeed injured. Although the Thunder Dragon and the demonic ape were born out of meditation, they were life spirits, after all, cast by the spiritual will. So it was impossible to be unaffected by their destruction, and the injury was not minor. But he was the keystone of the entire Holy Ji Palace, so no matter how heavy his injuries were, he could not reveal the extent of it in order to protect the resolve of the entire Holy Ji Palace. An injury so serious that it would hinder his ability to fight and cause the regression of his cultivation was naturally non-existent for him. These life spirits were born out of meditation and not his true life spirits, so the injury did not hurt his foundation, or else he would not have risked it only to breach a battle matrix and slaughter the cultivators of the celestial cliffs. Right now, for the Endless Ocean, only the battle matrix headed by Ocean Palace led by Ao Feng was left, which could not really threaten them. The halberd of time and space exuded terrible space-shredding rule power. The illusion of the golden-winged rock shrouded his body, and Yi Futian stepped forward. The body of Hua Jiu floated in mid-air, appearing behind Yi Futian, her enchanting eyes regarding Ao Feng and the others coldly. An invisible storm of telekinesis coursed out, shrouding the space, and everyone's face changed. They now began to understand just what the cultivators of Celestial Cliffs and the North Deep were facing. This ability completely ignored the defensive power of the battle matrix and seemed to be able to attack the spiritual willpower of every cultivator. They even had an illusion as if what they were seeing was not just Hua Jiu, but a queen who appeared directly in their minds and needed to be worshipped. That feeling was like being in an illusionary world, a world of spiritual will with countless destructive spiritual storms raging, turning into purple-golden lightning. It was like some punishment from the heavens so that their spiritual will had nowhere to hide. "Keep a hold on your spiritual will," Ao Feng said, and he could feel the threat. The will of the cultivators within the battle matrix seemed to integrate into one, resonating with one another, thus forming a spiritual barrier between heaven and earth to defend against Hua Jiu's spiritual attack. But precisely at this moment, the devastating spiritual storm swept through. Within the void, that devastating storm of spiritual telekinesis directly rushed into their minds. Yi Futian and Hua Jiu were connected in their minds. At almost the same time, Yi Futian's body moved. One step across the void and the golden-winged rock pierced the space with its shadow. Countless particles of brilliance were in front of the halberd of time and space. Every brilliant particle was like a star, not only possessing tyrannical starry laws but also the terrible power of shredding rules. Ao Feng let out an angry roar, the silver trident slashing through the air, and like a sea god, he swooped down and the attacks of the two once again collided. In the void, horrific light waves expanded toward the distance and then exploded. The bodies of many powerful cultivators, who were battling afar, were knocked over by the waves, demonstrating the severity of their attacks. Yi Futian's body was knocked back, and as if he deliberately leveraged the momentum to fly backward, with wings open, the divine bird passed by in a beautiful arc, its body dancing in the void. There was a terrible storm gathering between heaven and earth as if all the power of this heaven and this earth were to be used by him. Ao Feng was not much better. He groaned and the battle matrix fluctuated and seemed a bit unstable. Hua Jiu's telekinetic attack was constant and they much mobilized great spiritual will to defend. Therefore, they were a little exhausted. Yi Futian himself was already so powerful that one could not completely concentrate when fighting with him. The consequences were unimaginable. The beautiful golden brilliance was blinding, and all that people could see was a golden-winged rock swooping down again. Above the firmament, there was the illusion of a giant boundless bird, completely indomitable. The halberd and time and space emitted an unparalleled brilliance and once again pierced down, stronger than the power of the previous attack. The expression on Ao Feng's face lost the confidence it had before, and he looked bad. Even so, he still gathered the power of the battle matrix, carrying the momentum of the tide of the tsunami, and launched another attack. Again it was a frontal collision. Boom! A terrible fissure appeared in the battle matrix, and Ao Feng's body, even though it was like a sea god, was stunned into retreat. Many groaned, even spitting out blood. Everyone's faces were pale as paper. Looking forward, they saw the golden-winged rock still spinning in the void, the wind and clouds whistling with great power as if all the power of the heavens were to be gathered within Yi Futian. In the void, Ocean Saint looked blue in the face. They knew that the battle matrix could no longer withstand the force. Yi Futian was actually fighting more and more fiercely under the condition of his broken life spirit. How did the 9 states produce such an enchanting figure? If they couldn't do away with Yi Futian today, for them, there would be a greater disaster in the future. Today, all 7 holy lands had come in alliance to lay siege. It could be said that this signified a great grudge. If the 7 holy lands could not destroy the holy Ji Palace, in the future he would most certainly challenge each and every one of the holy lands. Which one of them could withstand it? At this moment, the wind whistled and the golden-winged rock swooped down again. The beautiful light above the sky ran through it. The people seemed to see the space being torn from a slight gap, and then the gap increased, shredding everything. The battle matrix collapsed and many screamed, not only from the attack of Yi Futian but also from the powerful attack of the telekinetic power. With both forces attacking at the same time, it was absolutely destructive. Brilliant lightning flashed through, and everyone watched as Ao Feng's head, the man ranked 17th on the sage ranking, exploded. It was pierced by a blow of the halberd as if Yi Futian had concentrated all his power into this one hit, aiming for an instant kill. 3 great battle matrices, all destroyed. The hearts of many trembled when they saw the beautiful golden-winged rock, witnessing every one of the cultivators of the Ocean Palace destroyed under the halberd of time and space. The husband and wife together were enough to destroy all 3 great battle matrices. Who else could stop them? Would the 7 holy lands return in defeat today? In the void, Kong Yao, who had been observing the battlefield, wore an extremely frosty look. His eyes never left Yi Futian, and he hovered not far from them. They did not join forces with the 3 holy lands. They were just watching from the sideline. A cultivator behind Kong Yao said, "We can close the net." When the voice faded, they stepped forward at the same time. Chapter 987. As one among the top 10 on the sage ranking, no matter if it was by true strength or judgment, Kong Yao was extremely sharp. He had been watching the previous battle. Although Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu had jointly defeated the three battle matrices of the Endless Ocean, he could see that Hua Jiyu was leaning upon a powerful external force, and Yi Futian himself had expended a great deal of energy and suffered heavy injuries. As one among the top 10 on the Sage ranking, no matter if it was by true strength or judgment, Kong Yao was extremely sharp. He had been watching the previous battle. Although Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu had jointly defeated the three battle matrices of the Endless Ocean, he could see that Hua Jiyu was leaning upon a powerful external force, and Yi Futian himself had expended a great deal of energy and suffered heavy injuries. Even if he had multiple life spirits, two were destroyed and he just could not believe that Yi Futian was not injured. Even if he was not fatally wounded, he was injured heavily and was hiding it. He had repeatedly erupted with the power of killing and destroyed Ao Feng and the others. But behind this great momentum of eruption, Yi Futian was absolutely in a state of exhaustion. His most powerful attack was released by the burning of his own power, thus destroying the cultivators of the three battle matrices of the Endless Ocean. Moreover, although Yi Futian had expended a lot of energy, his injury was not overwhelming. With the strength of him and Hua Jiyu, it was not impossible for them to fight it out and converge with others from the Holy Ji Palace. There was still no solution to block them. From the battle inside the Imperial Mausoleum to today's great battle, even though they were enemies of life and death, Kong Yao had to admit that within the lands of 9 states, of those under the Saint Plain, no one could suppress Yi Futian, and he had not yet reached the peak of the Sage Plain. If he was allowed to continue to grow, he would only be even more invincible. However, no matter how strong Yi Futian was, he still couldn't escape his fate today. He would die here. Kong Yao had felt just how strong these people behind him really were. Maybe in one-on-one combat, Yi Futian could not be suppressed, but with joined forces, they were truly invincible to anyone below the Saint Plain, enough to crush anyone. Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu would be no exception. Therefore, they did not participate in the battle, just quietly watching as the three Holy Lands exhausted Yi Futian's combat power. Now that the battle matrices of the three Holy Lands were completely destroyed, they could finally make their move. As if detecting something, Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu looked up at the same time and saw Kong Yao and the others stepping down from above. There were 9 cultivators behind Kong Yao who scattered directly in 9 different positions, vaguely in some formation. The 9th position covered the space of the battlefield where Yi Futian was located. Moreover, the same powerful instruments appeared in the hands of these 9 powerful cultivators. They were similar to swords but resembled long needles, extremely thin and hard to detect at first glance, like a slender golden thread. What was shocking was that the swords of needle held in these 9 powerful cultivators' hands were filled with holy authority, as if they were all divine implements that were exactly the same. Who are they? Saintly frowned and asked. Within the 9 states, there didn't seem to be anyone who used such a weapon. These 9 cultivators exuded the air of the top-level sages. The 9 seemed to be one. Though standing in 9 different positions, their air was surprisingly similar. Saint Xia also frowned. Jisheng Cliffs was recently annihilated by the great army led by Yi Futian, and almost everyone there of the Sage Plain was completely exterminated. Even the leader of the 9 warriors, Gu Feng, was killed on the spot. Afterward, the only cultivator that mattered was Kong Yao. These cultivators obviously were not from Jisheng Cliffs, but now they appeared with Kong Yao. Moreover, they had witnessed Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu destroy the cultivators within the 3 major battle matrices, yet they were still dared to come forward. What did this mean? Obviously, these people did not harbor good intentions, so he couldn't help but wonder what or who they were. This divine implement seemed to be cast especially for this matrix. The 9 divine implements are a set, and these 9 people are similar in their air. It is very likely that they are cultivators specially groomed for killing. Saint Xia furrowed his brows tightly. He seemed to have smelled something unusual. He had lived a long time and had seen many things and had a great range of knowledge. But in the lower worlds of the 9 states, he had never seen anyone with such a grand stance. Well, Saint Li gently nodded, And, of course, he also felt that when such formidable figures such as these 9 joined forces, even the divine implements they used were in a set. They were absolutely people to be feared. Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu had just destroyed the cultivators of the 3 great holy lands of the Endless Ocean, and the emergence of 9 such strong cultivators was definitely not a good omen. Not just Saint Xia and Saint Li, but many cultivators had sensed the strangeness. At this time, horrible golden threads fell down from the swords of the needle, madly intertwining in that space, crisscrossing, and turning into straight lines shooting downwards. They did not touch Yi Futian and the others but just landed around their bodies with countless golden lines arranged like a great net, completely locking down this space. 9 in a matrix. Everyone looked at this scene with great shock. Jiang Sheng, who had been treating Su Chehan and Little Butterfly, also stood up and stared at that space. He had a bad feeling. Saint Xia, they may not be people from the 9 states, Saint Jiang said. Saint Xia nodded, but these people were indeed within the realm of the sage and they came with Saint Ji of Jisheng Cliffs. So, as part of Jisheng Cliffs, there was no fault they could pick as it was in observance with the rules set by Emperor Xia. And the war was erupting. They had no time to investigate it. Never mind the saints, even Yi Futian, who was within it, had felt a strong sense of crisis. He looked up at the 9 cultivators. Although they were in different positions, there were endless golden threads connecting them so that the 9 were one. Each golden line faintly emitted an extremely strong shredding rule, incredibly sharp, enough to cut through the space. Not only that, but Yi Futian even felt that his power of spiritual will was being greatly threatened. The spiritual willpower that he released, intending to mobilize the rules of heaven and earth, were cut off and annihilated when it rushed into that net. Jeyu, Joga, watch out, Yi Futian said softly. Hua Jiyu's enchanted eyes gazed at the void. She had been exercising the power of telekinesis and had also felt the power of shredding that disrupted her attempt to condense the telekinetic powers as they were constantly being cut and chopped. Yi Futian looked up at Kong Yao and Saint Ji who were in the void. He looked terrible. He had thought that destroying the 3 battle matrices of the 3 holy lands would be enough to decide a victorious outcome for the sacred war, but he did not count on the intervention of such a group of mysterious cultivators. This kind of ability, whether it was spiritual or physical, attacking and destroying together, was without weakness. Saint Ji and Kong Yao's eyes were cold, sweeping toward Yi Futian as if regarding someone who was already dead. Even if Yi Futian had some energy that was greater than the sky, he would not escape today. These 9 great cultivators indeed did not belong to the Jisheng Cliffs, but their presence still abided by the rules. If these saints intervened, Saint Ji, Saint Shihua, and Great Zhou Sacred King were not kind and easy people to deal with and would definitely move to kill Yi Futian. But who dared to be the first one to break Emperor Xia's rules? Even if Saint Xia favored Yi Futian, he would not dare to intervene. Watching more and more silk lines cutting and covering this space, Yi Futian's body finally moved. The illusion of the golden-winged rock bloomed brilliantly. Clenching the halberd of time and space, he thrust it towards the sky, and the storm in the space was continually cut off and shredded the silk threads while Yi Futian aimed straight for the 9 powerful cultivators in the void. The 9 great cultivators stood in different positions in the void, holding the divine implements and making the same gestures. They lifted the divine implements that resonated with the heaven and the earth, and the endless golden lines fell down. Then they dropped their arms, and the divine implement pointed to Yi Futian. At this moment, endless lines cut through everything and cut towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian saw radiant golden lines in front of him, and the starry light screen appeared around his body, but as soon as it appeared, it was immediately chopped into countless pieces and had no use at all. This strong and powerful defense at this instant was completely useless. The halberd of time and space madly destroyed the golden lines that slaughtered forth, but these golden lines seemed inexhaustible and the lines were cut from the blind spots of Yi Futian's attacks and aimed toward his body. Pissed. There was blood. No matter how great the strength of Yi Futian's body, it was cut when the lines in the space hit it. The blood came out of the places where his clothes were torn, and the blood stained his clothes a bright red color. However, the lines were not able to cut through his body, which demonstrated the might of his physical defense. If it was any other person, they would probably already be chopped into countless pieces. Moreover, the other party did not only target Yi Futian but also launched an attack against Hua Jiyu and Huang Jiuge at the same time. There was a shocking power of telekinesis around Hua Jiyu. Her strong telekinetic power wanted to break through the defense but was constantly being cut and shattered, unable to break the siege laid by the 9 cultivators and unable to attack those who stood in the void. Jiu. Yi Futian seemed to sense something. His body turned into golden lightning and rushed toward Hua Jiyu. The halberd of time and space opened up a path, letting the attack cut his body, but moving forward without hesitation to get in front of Hua Jiyu with incredible speed. Seeing those golden lines attacking toward them, he let out a roar, and the golden-winged rock turned into a real demonic beast and opened both wings to wrap Hua Jiyu inside. Pissed! Pissed! Sharp and harsh sounds were heard, and the body of the golden-winged rock was cut and chopped to pieces little by little. The 9 cultivators in the void gathered into a matrix to continue the attack. The 9 divine implements pointed downward, intending to kill Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu on the spot. These 2 were not the main targets and could be eliminated directly. Their eyes were indifferent and without any trace of emotion. All this was just a mission for them. With their power, those under the Saint Plane, how could they not die? Countless people from the Holy Ji Palace showed a look of despair. How could this be? Not long ago, Yi Futian had destroyed 3 elite battle matrices of the Endless Ocean. Just when victory seemed apparent, how did it change so quickly with these 9 terrible characters? Who were they? Any one of the 9 alone would be a top contender, definitely ranked high on the sage list. And these 9 moving as one, along with a complete set of 9 divine implements, were simply a killing machine. Anyone below the Saint Plane, no matter strong in spiritual willpower or with an invincible body, would most likely perish just the same. Even Hua Qingqing, who wanted to use her power to help Yi Futian, was cut off by the network that covered the sky and earth. There was really no solution. Chapter 988. In the vast battlefield of the Holy Ji Palace, countless mighty ones rushed to the battlefield where Yi Futian was once again. Every single slash the sword saint dealt resulted in a rain of blood and gore. Yuxing did his best to break through the barricade at his side, intending to return to Yi Futian. The 9 over there made them feel that they truly held the power to kill Yi Futian. In the vast battlefield of the Holy Ji Palace, countless mighty ones rushed to the battlefield where Yi Futian was once again. Every single slash the sword saint dealt resulted in a rain of blood and gore. Yuxing did his best to break through the barricade at his side, intending to return to Yi Futian. The 9 over there made them feel that they truly held the power to kill Yi Futian. Get him! A cold voice was heard from the air. The mighty ones from the 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean barricaded the place where Yi Futian was in layers, making that particular battlefield unusually packed. They cordoned the place off both in the air or on the ground, forbidding anyone from getting near. While those saints had no idea who those 9 people that came with Saint Ji were, the mighty ones from the battle matrices consisted of members of the Endless Ocean that were all killed by Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu. The consequences would be dire if they were to let Yi Futian and people successfully break out. With the people being able to kill Yi Futian, it was only a given that none of them minded. To those from the other holy lands, they were determined to kill Yi Futian even if the Renhuang lineage were to never fall into their hands. His survival would have posed a huge, lethal threat to all of those holy lands. Huang Jiuge became coiled by endless golden threads at the moment. His training had been somewhat lacking and there would have been no way he could just transform into something else altogether in such a short period of time, for he had yet to master the Renhuang lineage that he had just acquired. Not even Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu would have been able to deal with the 9 mighty ones, which meant that he stood no chance at all. Yi Futian turned into the rock and covered Hua Jiyu with his wings, protecting her. The countless golden threads continued to gnaw at the rock's body, intending to end both Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu right there on the battlefield, showing no mercy at all. Astounding sword will zipped by in the air from outside, streaking into the battlefield. Many saints turned their eyes in that direction and they frowned. They saw 2 figures riding holy swords and joining the battlefield. One of them was the saint of the Holy Ji Palace of the Baron State, the village chief of Toonkeeper Village. The other was a young woman who was about 18 years old. She tied her hair in a ponytail and came barefoot, looking young and rather immature. However, her eyes seemed to be the sharpest swords that the world had ever produced, seemingly able to pierce anyone with just one look. The young woman was apparently Yaya, who had spent several years training within the Nether Sword Mound at Toonkeeper Village. She swept the battlefield with one look and charged into the fray with the holy sword. Mighty ones at the outside sensed a powerful sword will and turned around, but were only able to see the holy sword streaked past like a bolt of lightning, zipping past the air, and splattering sounds were heard in just one instant. The heads of tens of mighty ones rolled and were crushed. The saints in the air all turned their eyes to Yaya. The sacred king and Saint Shihua frowned. She, who was suspected to be a sword spirit by the Toonkeeper Village, had unexpectedly returned. She had disappeared for several years, and there were speculations about her isolating herself in training in the Holy Ji Palace, as well as her having transformed into a sword spirit. She had then emerged as a sage at the pinnacle of her plane. Her speed at training was frighteningly fast, quicker than even Yi Futian. However, the Sacred King and the others knew that her case was not a case of a person's speed at training, but the rate of growth of a sword spirit. "Take her down," the Sacred King said coldly. Speaking of which, it was due to her that he and Yi Futian went from resenting each other to becoming archenemies. He wanted to take the Nether Sword Mound and went to Toonkeeper Village personally, ordering his men to kill Yaya's parents. Yi Futian killed mighty ones from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty on the spot in retaliation. The Sacred War broke out after that. The Sacred King thought it would be an easy feat to destroy the Holy Ji Palace back then, never expecting things to turn out as they were at present. One figure after another charged in Yaya's direction, trying to intercept her. The holy sword continued zipping forward in an unstoppable manner, heading straight for the spot where Yi Futian was. Many evaded the holy sword right away and came before Yaya herself. Some mighty ones from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty transformed into golden phoenixes, descending upon her with flaming golden claws. Yaya continued to move forward. Her deep eyes took one look at the mighty ones coming at her. They felt as if they had been thrust into the abyss within an instant. A blood-colored abyss with countless swords lying in wait. The blood-colored sword was hanging high in the air. Boundless sword will emanated from the sword, cutting up their spiritual will. Their faces turned pale and they felt their spiritual will being destroyed on the spot. The barefooted young woman took one step and zipped past the crowd before her. Wherever she happened to streak past, mighty ones dropped like flies to the ground one after another, reduced to dead bodies that did not even know how they died. As such, the battlefield turned extremely eerie. The holy sword flew before a barefooted young woman as she walked, carving out a bloody path in the extremely raging and chaotic battlefield. Furthermore, the rate at which it was done was frighteningly fast. Countless perished where she was present. "Take her down," Saint Ji and Saint Shihua said. They felt that the emergence of the barefooted young woman posed a threat to the 9 mighty ones. If she was able to make it all the way there, Yi Futian might find an opening that he could exploit. They needed only mere moments more to kill Yi Futian. There was no way they would let any unforeseen circumstances get in the way of that happening. She must be stopped at all cost. Intense rumbling was heard from above. One huge mountain after another appeared on the battlefield, dropping onto the holy sword. The blade penetrated the mountains in mere moments. Thousands of sword will weaved about like spider webs. The mountains were crushed right there as the holy sword continued to move straight in its course. It rang intensely with the barefooted young woman in tow, and anyone who dared to stand in her way was quickly thrown into the blood-colored abyss with no way of escape. The seemingly long battles actually happened with a very short period of time. The barefooted young woman soon arrived near the battlefield that Yi Futian was in. It had only taken her mere moments to arrive on that battlefield itself. Saint Ji's, Saint Shihua's, and the Sacred King's expressions, as well as the saints from the Endless Ocean, turned sour. Things are actually still changing on the battlefield at this point? Saint Ji turned his eyes to Yaya and shouted with an ashen face, "Kong Yao!" Kong Yao stepped out and headed towards the holy sword as soon as he finished. There were few throughout the entire battlefield capable of intercepting Yaya, as everyone was fighting their own raging battles. They had been giving their all to intercept other mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace out to back up Yi Futian, meaning that none of them had much time nor power to spare for intercepting her. Kong Yao, who ranked 9th on the Sage ranking, was no doubt one of the top figures left on that battlefield. Divine elephants appeared as he walked. The huge elephants pressed down on the place surrounding him as he was clad in armor-type divine implements. When the holy sword came at him, he launched a flash of the punch. The elephants moved and they went out to intercept the holy sword. A rumble was heard and the entire place shook. The divine elephants were torn to shreds one after another as if no one would have been able to stand in the sword's way at all. It went all the way before Kong Yao. Kong Yao took one step with a solemn expression. The step seemed to be harnessing endless power. The force of the divine elephants burst with him as the epicenter. While the holy sword was not blocked, its speed was somewhat slowed. Another punch was thrown to the air before him. Holy light burst and an extremely huge divine elephant walked, clashing with the holy sword coming at Kong Yao. The sword was finally halted that time, unleashing boundless sword will and tearing at the divine elephant's body bit by bit, intending to destroy it altogether. Yaya then emerged from behind and cast her cold eyes at Kong Yao. One look from her made Kong Yao feel intensely threatened. "Take them out already." Saint Ji frowned and took a look at Yaya, before addressing the 9 mighty ones below. The light emanating from the divine implements in the 9 mighty ones' hands burst with greater intensity. The dazzling golden threads tearing at the air tore the rock's body bit by bit. Both wings were cut down and they were about to get to Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu, whose deaths seemed to be mere moments away. Countless held their breaths. None of the mighty ones who were fighting were in any mood to fight after sensing what was happening there. Both sides were actually very clear that the key to the sacred war rested on whether Yi Futian ended up living or dying. If he were to survive, all 7 holy lands that ganged up on the Holy Ji Palace would be in great peril. If he were to die, the Holy Ji Palace would be no more. The legend that spanned a short period of time would have been a piece in the annals of history that inspired regret. Powerful aura coursed around Yi Futian's body. His arms were open to embrace Hua Jiyu. The devastating threads cut his body, staining his white robe red with blood. Hua Jiyu felt the warmth in Yi Futian's hands. There were tears at the corner of her eyes. She lowered her head and the crystal-clear tears dropped onto Yi Futian's bloodied robe like pearls. At that moment, she sensed the boiling power within Yi Futian's body. She knew what he was about to do. There did not seem to be any other better option. If he continued to hold back, what awaited them would be the end of their journey, where there was no future to speak of. However, she did not know what would happen to Yi Futian if he were to do what he was planning to do, or whether or not he could bear the consequences of such things happening. She did not think about any of that, as there was simply no point to thinking about any of that at such a juncture. They gave their all and it was just them. The entire Holy Ji Palace gave their all as well. Everyone held the same beliefs of protecting the holy land of the Barren State. Even the Yu clan, the Vajra region, the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, and other forces participated in the sacred war to help them. They had done their best to hold back the attacks of the 7 opposing Holy Land's forces. They tore through the adversity at hand and things brightened bit by bit until they were able to break the barricade formed by the 7 Holy Lands, taking out the strongest elites from 3. The end of the sacred war seemed to have been within their grasp. However, another 9 mysterious mighty ones emerged all of a sudden, hunting them down. It was apparent that the 9 were not of the 7 holy lands, but outsiders coming from the Renhuang lineage that Huang Jioga had inherited. They gave their all and their opponents returned fire with equal fervor. Their enemies did everything they have been able to just so Yi Futian would end up dead. If that's the case, then all of you shall die right here, right now. Chapter 989. There was a group of people sitting quietly at a restaurant outside of Zhongzhou City, drinking wine. The restaurant was empty and there was no one else around. All cultivators within Zhongzhou City came to the Holy Ji Palace and went nowhere else that day. While they might not have been able to see the sacred war taking place outside the Holy Ji Palace, some who were of higher training among them were able to catch a glimpse somehow, so much so that they had a complete view of the battles taking place. As such, there was a possibility that they could learn of the sacred war's outcome as soon as it happened. It was an affair that would rock the entire 9 states. There was a group of people sitting quietly at a restaurant outside of Zhongzhou City, drinking wine. The restaurant was empty and there was no one else around. All cultivators within Zhongzhou City came to the Holy Ji Palace and went nowhere else that day. While they might not have been able to see the sacred war taking place outside the Holy Ji Palace, some who were of higher training among them were able to catch a glimpse somehow, so much so that they had a complete view of the battles taking place. As such, there was a possibility that they could learn of the sacred war's outcome as soon as it happened. It was an affair that would rock the entire 9 states. The restaurant was exceedingly quiet. The young man who took the lead was a dashing man with an exceptional bearing. All the others had to stand while he was drinking. The few cultivators who were standing behind him were exuding powers of unreadable depths simply by standing around. A figure was seen sitting before that young man, who did not even dare breathe loudly. There were a man and a woman, as well as an older yet beautiful lady, as well as a fairy young man who was of noble plain training. His face resembled Saint Ji somewhat. "Sir, will they succeed?" The beautiful lady turned her eyes to the young man and asked in a rather alluring tone. The young man looked up at her. She was about 30 years old with supple skin and looked ravishing. She caught his eye and lowered her head somewhat in embarrassment, making her look even more attractive. The young man spun the cup in his head for a bit and sported a rather sheepish smile. He knew what the lady was up to. While she was indeed pretty, she was not enough to be able to seduce him. His status was such that he could have had any woman he wanted, and he would not have been so thirsty as to eye someone else's wife. "No problem if any accidents happen," the young man said plainly. "I've sent people there. When the deed is over, you all will be able to leave." "Thank you, sir," the young and beautiful woman said softly. She rescinded her previous thoughts after seeing that the young man wanted nothing from her. It was apparent that she knew what was going on, and she had actually only been doing that to stay alive. She was living under the roof of others at the moment after all, and it would only take a single word from the other party to decide her fate. As such, she deemed it necessary to at least try, as to enable herself to have a better life. The young man smiled as he took a look at the woman, saying nothing. In actuality, the rate of success of what he was pulling was incredibly high, making failure almost impossible. The key was what he would do with it after getting his hands on it. The rate of failure, in that case, was extremely high. In his case, the true battle for him probably lied elsewhere instead of with the Holy Ji Palace. But then again, it was nonetheless the Renhuang lineage, and he was the one who opened it personally. It was vexing for him to have done something only to benefit others. He could not rest well until he had tried getting it back at least. Furthermore, he would have attempted to do that while still playing by Emperor Xia's rules, as angering Emperor Xia would have dire consequences. It was the 9 states that belonged to Emperor Xia instead of his own turf after all. Countless mighty ones either from Zhongzhou City or other places all over the 9 states gathered outside the Holy Ji Palace. Other than a few top-notch figures who dared to get near the Holy Ji Palace to watch the battles, most stayed far away at the border to watch as the battles unfolded. They still felt the weight of the raging battles in their minds nonetheless. They had just witnessed a saint of the Holy Ji Palace bring a young woman to the place. The barefooted young woman streaked through the air and killed her way into the heart of the battlefield, shocking all who watched it. There were countless terrifying figures in the sacred war that day. The battlefield was extremely fiery, and it seemed that the mighty ones on the outskirts had all gone to the center of the Holy Ji Palace, packing the battlefield up. It was unknown what had actually caused a commotion of that scale. Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu stood at the center of the battlefield with their arms around each other. The 9 mighty ones pointed at both of them with divine implements. The devastating golden threads tore through everything and were about to bring about the last slaughter, killing Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu on the spot. At that moment, they felt that Yi Futian's aura seemed to be rising and growing stronger. The devastating golden threads were unable to completely cut his body. The blood in his body seemed to be howling and boiling, almost burning. Slivers of formless power coursed about his body, making his physical defense seem to increase in strength. The halberd of time and space pulsed with light of greater intensity. The divine implement that ranked third on the divine implement ranking burst with increasingly bright light. The 9 mighty ones in the air seemed to have sensed the ever-increasing aura on Yi Futian, and they frowned. What the hell is going on here? He's actually still alive? Worse still, they seemed to be able to sense a terrifying telepathic storm emerging in the air. Their surroundings stirred, and with their battlefield serving as the center, slivers of intent out to tear everything apart appeared. Is he trying to break through our spiritual power-cutting arts? They turned their eyes to him again and saw that the woman in Yi Futian's arms was hanging her head. That power actually came from her. Her psychic powers seemed to be burning. Her crown life spirit emitted a brilliant light, and even the shadow behind her seemed to be changing. Jiu. A voice was heard from within Hua Jiyu's mind. It was the saint within her body conversing with her. I'm sorry, teacher, Hua Jiyu replied telepathically. She leaned on Yi Futian's body with tears rolling down her cheeks. The saint went silent, and a sigh was heard from within Hua Jiyu's mind. All right then. The sighing voice seemed to be harboring a bit of reluctance. At the very next moment, the shadow behind Hua Jiyu seemed to burn, emanating dazzling light. It quickly turned into countless spots of light, melding with Hua Jiyu's spiritual powers. I'm sorry, Hua Jiyu said gently. She recalled all that she had been through with her teacher in the past few years. While her teacher seemed to have never existed in the world and no one else knew of her, she trained quietly under said teacher's tutelage nonetheless. While she knew that her teacher was simply doing as she was told, her teacher nonetheless was genuinely trying to help and protect her. If it had not been for her teacher when she was on her pilgrimage with Xia Qingyi, she might have actually perished out there, and she would not have gained that encounter. Her teacher knew that it was wrong for her to train in those kinds of powers, yet her teacher did nothing to stop her. Presently, her teacher was actually willing to sacrifice herself just to keep Hua Jiyu in one piece, with no other intention than to protect Hua Jiyu. Hua Jiyu felt as if she was being stabbed and twisted at the moment. Her tears wet the bloodied robe on Yi Futian's body. There was nothing else she could do. The one who was holding her in his arms to protect her at all costs was the love of her life. Yi Futian naturally felt the changes in Hua Jiyu's body. Furthermore, there was a gust of extremely powerful psychic storm shrouding him, channeling spiritual powers to him. Extremely dazzling light shrouded both his and Hua Jiyu's bodies, looking incredibly holy and regal, like the light of Renhuang, overpowering even the light emanated from him by burning imperial will. His heart shuddered violently. Jiu, are you overpowering the imperial will for my sake? Jiu. Yi Futian lowered his head and looked at the person in his arms. Hua Jiu slowly moved away from his arms and looked up. Her eyes were filled with tears and looked incredibly tender, which, in turn, belied formidable determination. What are you doing? Yi Futian's voice shook somewhat. Hua Jiu's teary eyes shined with a tinge of an incredibly tender smile before she looked up at the heavens slowly. A terrifying psychic storm grew increasingly intense. Boundless light rained from above. Forbidden art, divine advent. Hua Jiu's voice was extremely solemn as she uttered those words. As her voice rang in her surroundings, a bolt of lightning split the heavens, bringing forth boundless spiritual powers as the sky was cleaved. Slivers of terrifying psychic powers descended and entered Hua Jiyu's body. She stood with her hair billowing in the chaos as her eyes turned increasingly demonic. The shadow that she had summoned behind her gradually turned tangible and its light reached towering heights, looking like a queen of unparalleled regal bearing. Kill them. Hua Jiyu turned her eyes to the 9 mighty ones in the air. Her billowing hair and cold eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Slivers of devastating psychic light of calamity burst through the endless golden threads, heading straight for the heads of the 9 mighty ones like a calamity of the great path. The 9 mighty ones grunted at the same time, and their attacks seemed to have been stifled. The divine implements in their hands shook at the same time, lashing out at Hua Jiyu. A streak of extreme spiritual cutting powers slashed at Hua Jiyu's psychic attacks, shattering them. The power unleashed by Hua Jiyu had surpassed her limit. She was fighting the 9 figures at the pinnacle of their training, and that served as the testament of the tremendous power she came to wield. It was at the very cutting edge of the planes below St. Plain, as if she was borrowing powers that were not hers. "Why are you doing this?" Yi Futian paid no heed to the magnitude of power that Hua Jiyu had unleashed. The light emanating from her body overpowered the ones coursing through his. Yi Futian naturally knew that Hua Jiyu was fighting for her sake and that she was paying a hefty price to do so. He had no idea what doing so would cost, but being able to surpass his own power meant that the cost was extreme, more so than what he had to pay by burning his imperial will. Forbidden art, divine advent. Yi Futian's heart shook. He actually felt fear and his eyes looked pained. His spiritual will was cranked to its limit. Everything under the heavens seemed to be of impeccable clarity. Jiyu's power seemed to be amplifying his own powers as well, and he was able to clearly sense how powerful her psychic powers were. The extension of spiritual psychic powers seemingly enabled him to see the faces of countless people in the battlefield. He saw every single golden thread, and was even aware of every single minute changes in the space. Spots of light coursed on the halberd of time and space, seemingly having merged with his own spiritual powers. Boundless spiritual power oozed from within his mind, turning into thousands of spiritual particles. Every single particle seemed to emanate incredible destructive powers. A frightening spiritual power storm seemed to have gradually whipped up with Yi Futian at the center, tearing the golden threads around him apart. "Die!" Yi Futian lifted his head and howled. A devastating spiritual storm whipped up as his voice was heard. The devastating light of the particles was converted into golden lightning, streaking through the space and hitting the minds of the 9 mighty ones. Boom! The 9 shuddered violently, feeling as if their brains were about to explode, as if they were about to be torn to pieces. Chapter 990. Yi Futian was a martial artist and a cultivator, as well as a spiritual elementalist. He had 2 spirit elemental life spirits. The Guqin and the life spirit that Yi Qingdi had given him in the past were both spirit elementals. He had always been good at spirit elemental attacks, but he had never tapped into this skill too deeply. More often, he still used his spiritual energy to communicate with the world's rule power or use his powerful body. Hua Jiyu was good at spiritual energy attacks. Yi Futian was a martial artist and a cultivator, as well as a spiritual elementalist. He had 2 spirit elemental life spirits. The Guqin and the life spirit that Yi Qingdi had given him in the past were both spirit elementals. He had always been good at spirit elemental attacks, but he had never tapped into this skill too deeply. More often, he still used his spiritual energy to communicate with the world's rule power or use his powerful body. Hua Jiyu was good at spiritual energy attacks. But now Yi Futian felt his mental power increasing. As his mind blazed, his spiritual energy's perception changed. He could do the same thing as Jiyu and directly integrate rule power into his spiritual will and attack his enemy's spiritual energy in the most direct manner. He floated in the air, holding the halberd of time and space. A violent, all-consuming storm appeared around him. It pierced through the golden lines. He swept his gaze over the 9 cultivators, and they all felt like they were sinking into his eyes and falling into Yi Futian's mental prison. They all clung tightly to their spiritual willpower, but they still trembled under Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu's attack, making the attacks that they unleashed increasingly unsteady. Even more frightening, the image of a god appeared in the air. It looked like an empress had descended into the world. It made the mental storm rage even fiercer, continuously destroying their will. Even when they used their divine implements, they could not stand against the whole storm and could only block part of it. "What kind of power is this?" said Saintly as he looked over the battlefield. His heart trembled. "The forbidden art of divine advent," whispered Saint Xia, and his heart was troubled. "I heard that those with great abilities can project divine spirits onto themselves. Could this be it? That divine figure has a certain quality that even saints can't match. It's like an empress. Do you mean that the divine spirit of the empress has been projected onto Hua Jiyu?" "This is the forbidden art of divine advent?" said Saintly, "It's possible?" Saint Xia nodded. "It looks like Hua Jiyu made great gains during the trials. But this is summoning a figure from the upper worlds from far away. Even though it is only a single thread of a divine spirit, what must it be costing Hua Jiyu to do this?" Saint Xia did not know if this power had already exceeded his expectations. Previously, the saint behind Hua Jiyu had burned a divine spirit to help her. Perhaps this was in order to protect her? This sacred war was truly thrilling. Even though they were saints, they still felt every up and down. It was impossible to remain calm. All of this had happened in a flash. The battlefield around Futian was extremely intense. Kong Yao gathered his divine power to block the barefoot girl. There was an incredibly strange look in her eyes as she looked at Kong Yao. Kong Yao felt the world change. It was as if he was no longer on the battlefield at the Holy Ji Palace, but was instead in some blood-red space. A sword of blood was suspended in the sky. Countless swords gathered together and flew towards him, trying to annihilate his spiritual will. Kong Yao stepped forward and roared, and the divine spirit turned into a divine elephant. But the barefoot girl stepped forward at the same moment, and the divine sword slashed forward with all the power of heaven and earth. There was a loud crash as it pierced through the image of the divine elephant. And not only that, but swords fell wildly from the heavens, piercing the divine elephant. Finally, the sword of blood fell and cut through the elephant that had been formed of Kong Yao's spiritual will as well. The wind blew as the barefoot girl continued forward. With each step, the divine elephant was pierced by another sword, both in the outside world and within Kong Yao's spiritual will. Cracks appeared in it as it was slowly cut apart. Blood flowed from Kong Yao's mouth and his face was pale, but he still stepped forward, each step increasing his power. He would fight with his life just to stop the barefoot girl for a while. The 9 cultivators did not need long to kill Futian. He only needed to buy them a little time. The terrible storm caused the barefoot girl's ponytail to sway in the wind. Even stronger sword wills burst forth as she continued forward. Kong Yao spat out a mouthful of blood, but his whole body seemed to be burning. This was the end. He had no way to retreat. If Futian did not die, then he would. Boom! Kong Yao took a great step forward, and the divine elephant did as well, slamming its foot down on the barefoot girl. But it seemed like her frail body was not affected. In her eyes, a sword of blood pierced through Kong Yao's spiritual willpower. At that moment many scenes flashed through Kong Yao's mind. He remembered the first time he had set foot upon the soil of the barren state. How arrogant he had been as he brought Qin Zhong to the Holy Ji Palace. The palace lord Lu Chan had welcomed them, and yet he had ignored it all, believing in his heart of hearts that the Holy Ji Palace was not worthy of his attention. He had attacked Crouching Dragon Mountain and surrounded Futian, but had been blocked time and time again until Emperor Xia appeared. But even then he had thought that he would destroy the palace sooner or later. Did they think that delaying the battle of proving holiness would change anything? In that battle, he would slaughter the top powers of the Holy Ji Palace. However, he had never thought that before the battle of proving holiness came the barren state would rise to prominence, and the Jisheng cliffs had been subjected to slaughter. Now even 7 great holy lands joining together to overwhelm the Holy Ji Palace had become mired in a terrible situation. He had never thought that the next time he fought on the soil of the barren state would be the last battle of his life. And the one who killed him would be a young girl with a ponytail. Elsewhere, another fierce battle was raging. Yusheng seemed to have turned into a demon. As he moved forward, a destructive dark airflow raged between heaven and earth, consuming all the power there. Below him were the countless corpses of cultivators from the endless sea. Before him was a huge battle matrix. It transformed into a huge black dragon that sprouted 2 gigantic wings, blocking his path. His body was covered in blood. Heaven and earth shook with every step that he took. Everyone in the dragon battle array felt their hearts tremble. A terrible dark halberd shot out, but the dragon swung its tail, shattering it. Boom! Yusheng took another step forward, and his demon body transformed again. It grew bigger and was about to turn into a true demon. The dragon roared and swept out its wings. Every scale on its wings turned into an extremely sharp dark blade, and they all slashed out towards Yusheng. But he seemed not to see them as he stepped forward once again. Boom! Demonic power filled the sky as he sucked in all the energy around him. His demonic form changed once again. His aura grew stronger and rippled out in powerful waves. With one step he had reached the sage level. He watched the dark wings slashing towards him and stretched out his hands, grabbing them. He roared and began to tear them apart, causing everyone in the battle matrix to scream in pain. Boom! Yusheng seemed to feel nothing as he continued forward. The cultivators in the Dark Dragon battle matrix felt their hearts tremble with fear as they watched his still-changing demonic form. They wanted to kneel before him and worship him. They saw him reach out with battle axe of judgment, which suddenly demonized. It grew darker and an astonishing power stretched out from within. All the cultivators in the battle matrix shook. Time seemed to stop. Futian held the halberd of time and space as the 9 cultivators pointed divine implements at him. A giant net descended on him from the sky. But he seemed not to see them. He stepped into the air with golden lightning bursting from his brow, turning into a destructive spirit elemental storm. It collided with the encirclement, and he managed to break through the net. Blood stained his clothes, but he seemed to feel nothing as he rushed towards the 9 people in the sky. Hua Jiyu followed behind him, her mental storm becoming a destructive power that rushed towards the 9 cultivators. Freeze time and space, thought Futian. The 9 cultivators felt the area around them enter a static state, and in the next instant, Futian appeared in front of them, thrusting the halberd of time and space at one of them without hesitation. Kill! His murderous intent filled the skies as the halberd shot forward. The cultivator tried to flee but found that he could not control his body. Even though his will was under serious attack, he still thrust his sword forward and it flew out of his hand towards Futian. The divine implement's speed seemed to slow as it collided with the halberd of time and space. It was shocked backward. The cultivator screamed as his chest was pierced, and he instantly burst into pieces. Kill! Seeming to have been infected by Futian's shout, Yaya stepped forward as well. With that step, the divine elephant's body cracked open as it was pierced. Kong Yao's spiritual will was also pierced by the sword of blood. Although he had already foreseen this ending, he still issued an angry roar. Kong Yao, number 9 on the sage ranking, would really die like this? The divine sword pierced through and the divine elephant burst apart. The sword continued into Kong Yao's body, making him break apart as well, finally turning into nothing more than dust. Kong Yao, number 9 on the sage ranking, had died in battle. The barefoot girl continued forward. There was no one to stop her. There was a scream from the other side of the battlefield as Yusheng's battle axe of judgment fell. The cultivators in the battle matrix watched it fall helplessly. It cut through the black dragon from head to tail, and blood fell like rain as the cultivators within the matrix were cut open. Countless cultivators were lost in an instant. The dragon had been slain by the battle axe of judgment. Yusheng stepped past it towards where Futian was fighting. Chapter 991. The weather changed upon the battlefield. After he killed one of them, Futian stared at the other 8 cultivators. At the same time, Yaya and Yusheng arrived on the scene and swept a cold glance across them all. A suffocating pressure pressed down on all of them, making them feel a slight chill. The weather changed upon the battlefield. After he killed one of them, Futian stared at the other 8 cultivators. At the same time, Yaya and Yusheng arrived on the scene and swept a cold glance across them all. A suffocating pressure pressed down on all of them, making them feel a slight chill. They all glanced at Futian and Hua Jiu. Could they still kill the 2 of them? They all looked at each other and seemed to have the same thought. They all moved at the same time, flashing towards Futian with their swords held out towards him. Endless killing light shot towards him, seeking to tear apart the space around him. Hua Jiu was still behind Futian. Their spiritual energies had merged together and had transformed into golden lightning. It rushed into the minds of the 8 cultivators like a divine catastrophe. Brilliant light burst from the halberd of time and space, freezing the space around them. The 8 cultivators were caught within and felt that their movements were constricted. Yi Futian swept the halberd of time and space out in an arc, and endless space-tearing power shot out towards the cultivators. Endless particles cut through the enemy's golden lines. He had used an attack to meet an attack. The particles exploded in front of his opponents, and each one was transformed into a terrible killing force. The 8 cultivators waved their swords, blocking the oncoming particles as they retreated. At that moment, a terrible aura descended. The sound of a swinging sword pierced through the air. One of them turned around and saw a divine sword coming towards them forcefully. He slashed out with his sword, turning it into a line that could cut through anything, but the huge divine sword continued forward, crushing everything. There was a loud noise as his body was pierced by the divine sword, and he died. Although these 9 great cultivators were strong, even stronger than sages, what they were good at was attacking. Whether they were targeting the flesh or the mind, they were formidable, especially when they had formed a matrix. At that point, it would take a god to stop them. But now their matrix had been broken, they were suffering mental attacks, and they had been knocked back by Yi Futian. How could they block Yaya's attack? Thus, one of them had been killed. Yu Xing had also arrived with his demonic form. He descended in front of one of the cultivators, letting his terrible sword will tear across his body. He seemed to not even feel them. He slashed out with his battle axe of judgment, cutting his opponent in 2. At the Imperial Mausoleum, Yu Xing had used his upper Magi-level demonization to block Jia, the number 2 on the sage ranking. Now he was a sage and had demonized again. How much stronger must he be? How could a single cultivator withstand his axe? 3 of the cultivators had been killed in a flash. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, Yaya, and Yu Xing surrounded the 6 remaining cultivators. It seems that the tables had turned completely. The 6 of them turned pale. Were they really going to be defeated? Yi Futian stepped forward with the halberd of time and space. He tilted it and it reflected a brilliant light. He was filled with murderous intent. There was a strange look in his eyes, and golden lightning flashed out, trapping one of the cultivators within it. A mighty wind rushed out, and Yi Futian stepped forward again. He seemed to ignore the distance between them as he appeared directly in front of his opponent. He struck out with the halberd of time and space without hesitation, piercing his opponent's throat. Another cultivator was dead. The sound of a whistling sword filled the sky as Yaya stepped forward. Her sword of blood pierced her opponent's will, and the divine sword descended. The 5th cultivator was slain. Boom! Yu Xing stepped forward with his intimidating demon form and brought down the battle axe of judgment, cleaving through the sky and the 6th cultivator's body. It cut him in 2, and blood went flying. The battle seemed to stop as everyone's eyes turned to this part of the battlefield. Everyone's heart beat wildly. They had each been killed with one attack. 6 of the 9 great cultivators had been killed so cruelly and swiftly. The once unmatched 9 cultivators were now powerless. "Can we finally tell who is going to win?" whispered Saint Xia. The battle had been too suspenseful. Just as Yi Futian had been on the brink of death, the barefoot girl had appeared, Yu Xing had broken through, and Hua Jiyu had used her divine secret power. Yi Futian and those around him had truly shown that no one could match them. Their white clothes were now covered in blood. Who could stand in their way? Moreover, after the deaths of the 9 great cultivators, the 7 great holy lands' morale would break since no one could kill Yi Futian. Saint Ji, Saint Shihua, and the great Zhou sacred king all looked extremely angry. All these attacks and they still had been unable to kill Yi Futian. Would Yi Futian really survive the attacks of the allied 7 great holy lands? On the other hand, the cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace completely relaxed. Yaya and Yu Xing had arrived. With them helping Yi Futian, no one could kill him. They would win this battle. They were filled with confidence. The 7 great holy lands would not destroy the Holy Ji Palace today. Thus, they would use the power they had shown today to make it so that there was no one left in the 7 great holy lands below the saint level. Boom! Yi Futian stepped forward again. He was not excited by this battle at all, he only felt an infinite coldness. He did not know what this battle would do to Jieyu. There were only 3 of the 9 cultivators left. He did not even spare a single thought about letting them leave alive. No matter who they would die for coming to this place. One of them saw Yi Futian coming and felt the all-consuming destructive power of the halberd of time and space. He turned pale and roared, "You still won't get involved?" Everyone paused when they heard this. Was there someone else? In this situation, no one could kill Yi Futian. There was no one in the 7 Holy Lands who could do it. Who was going to get involved? Saint Xia frowned and looked up as if he had thought of something. His expression changed. He looked into the sky above Yi Futian and saw Saint Ji coming down. "Careful, Saint Ji," shouted Saint Xia. A powerful divine force swept out, covering the space where Yi Futian was standing. His anger was clear on his face. A thought appeared in Saint Xia's mind. Would Saint Ji really dare? He was a saint. Would he really trade his life for Yi Futian's? Saint Xia's voice pierced through the clouds, making everyone on the battlefield's hearts tremble. A strange look also appeared on Saint Ji's face. He reacted quickly, turning into a beam of light and shooting over to Saint Xia. "Are you also planning to get involved in this sacred war, Saint Xia?" came Saint Ji's voice. He was deliberately intercepting Saint Xia. But as he spoke, Yi Futian felt a truly suffocating divine power in the sky above him. And not only him, but everyone in the same area of the battlefield that he was in felt it as well. They all looked up and saw Saint Ji descending. A saint had gotten involved. Everyone turned pale as they saw Saint Ji coming towards Yi Futian. The people from the Holy Ji Palace looked on with despair. Why would a saint dare to get involved? By breaking Emperor Xia's rule, Saint Ji was on the path to destruction. They did not understand, and neither did Yi Futian. Even though he wanted to get revenge for the attack on Jisheng Cliffs, was he really willing to trade his life for Yi Futian's? Yi Futian, Hua Jiyu, Yu Sheng, and Yaya all looked up and saw Saint Ji's figure descending. They felt like their blood had ceased flowing and they could no longer breathe. They were truly despairing. Moon Saint, Saint Jiang, and even Glass Saint all stepped forward at the same time in that direction. An incomparably strong divine power swept out, but it seemed like they would be too late. Time seemed to stop. They were frozen in despair. Saint Ji descended, and his huge hand came down with all the power of the great path. The air trembled as the hand covered the sky. It was about to destroy everything. Saint Ji's eyes were strangely calm, with a sense of determination. As a saint, his mind was extremely firm. Once he had decided something, he would not waver from that course of action. When the prince of Emperor Li's realm had found him, his fate had already been decided. Perhaps today, Saint Xia and the others would not dare to make a decision without authorization, but when Emperor Xia sent people to investigate, he would have no way to escape. Sometimes as a saint, you really had no choice. His fate was fixed, but before he died, he would take Yi Futian with him. It seemed ironic to him. A powerful sage like him would stoop to trade his life for that of a lowly sage like Yi Futian. How tragic! A beam of brilliant light descended. Saint Ji had not been the only one standing by, the village chief was there as well. When he saw Saint Ji act, he had instantly flashed through the air and transformed into a sword as he shot towards Saint Ji. Saint Ji wore no expression, and the look in his eyes did not change at all. Even as the sword pierced through his hand, it continued downward. Blood stained his palm, but Saint Ji seemed not to feel it as he continued to press down on the village chief. Even though the sword had pierced him, he did not cease his attack. His bloody palm covered the sky. There was a loud boom. Everything under his palm was destroyed, utterly crushed to dust. "Die!" yelled Saint Ji. Heaven and earth shook and Yi Futian's spiritual will trembled. Looking into Saint Ji's murderous eyes, he felt true despair. They had won everything and even defeated a true saint. But could someone who had just entered the Saint Plain really compare to the master of Jisheng Cliffs? "Retreat!" yelled Yi Futian. But he did not know if they would be able to. Moreover, Yu Sheng and Yaya did not retreat. At this moment they seemed to act from instinct. Not only did they not retreat, but they advanced. Yu Sheng raised his axe and slashed it into the sky. Yaya raised her sword to meet the attack coming from above. Hua Jiyu's eyes were full of despair, true despair. They had already used all their power, killing powerful opponent after powerful opponent. But in the end, They had lost it all because a saint had gotten personally involved. She turned into a mental storm and rushed up into the air. Just like Yaya and Yusheng, she did not only not retreat but instead went up to meet the attack. They seemed to have a single thought: block the attack from hitting Yi Futian. As for whether or not they could stop it, they did not think about it. Nor did they think about what would happen if they did stop it. They just hoped that Yi Futian could live. Boundless imperial brilliance swayed, with nothing to disguise it. Yi Futian saw his friends acting. How could he retreat? He lifted the halberd of time and space and went to meet Saint Ji's destructive attack. This was what life was all about. What more could one ask for? If heaven would not have mercy on him, then he would die. He had done all he could. Chapter 992. Everyone in the vast battlefield stopped fighting and turned their eyes in Yi Futian's direction. Every single saint had undergone divine catastrophes and their attacks were imbued with the rules of the Great Path. Everyone in the vast battlefield stopped fighting and turned their eyes in Yi Futian's direction. Every single saint had undergone divine catastrophes and their attacks were imbued with the rules of the Great Path. Saint Ti, the Saint Lord of Jisheng Cliffs, had climbed to the second level of the divine path steps, making him unpredictably formidable. He was ranked 30th on the saint ranking, so no one would have expected him to trade lives with Yi Futian. The bloody palm print shrouded the heavens, and under countless watchful eyes, he continued to press down on the village chief, who had taken the form of a sword. The sky seemed to have been brought down along with the palm print. Blood stained Saint Ji's palm, yet he pressed forth as if he felt no pain. He had cast away concerns about his own life so that any small injuries did not faze him at all. He had to see the holy Ji palace go down with him before he ended up dead. He had to kill Yi Futian, Yusheng, Yaya, and Hua Jiu. Regardless of what happened in the immediate or near future, the holy Ji palace had to go down. Yi Futian and the others looked comparatively puny under the palm print. While they were indeed peerless under Saint Plain, the one who wanted to kill them was a saint. They saw Yusheng burst with overbearing demonic might and Yaya's ponytail loosen up and billow in the air. They saw Hua Jiu take the form of a queen, attempting to resist the falling palm print using her psychic powers. They also saw Yi Futian burst with blinding light, the light that was forcefully suppressed before. He rose like an emperor and fused himself with the halberd of time and space as he lashed out as if he were to pierce the heavens. A stifled rumble was heard as the bloody palm print fell onto their heads. Yaya held the holy sword in her hand as the palm print crashed onto them. Her hair billowed wildly as boundless sword will was shattered, which reversed and pierced into her body. Yusheng held the bat leaks in his hand and his devil-like body brought down the axe on the palm print. The axe was deflected back to his own body. However, he stood his ground tall and proud, striking both hands on the palm print, intending to prevent it from crashing down. Explosive rumbles were heard as his devil body continued to crumble and blood was seen dripping from his body. Hua Jiu's eyes turned incredibly demonic. It was as if they were no longer her eyes. She fused into a single being with the shadow behind her, bringing a terrifying psychic storm to bear, resisting all powers against them in that space and intending to prevent the palm print from crashing down as well. That weak body of hers had no fear as it struck, lashing out with the storm. The halberd of time and space in Yi Futian's hand struck, crashing onto the center of the palm print with boundless might as if it intended to tear the palm print apart. However, it was only able to tear a small crack before Yi Futian felt as if he was able to be squashed. All his internal organs felt like they were on the brink of collapse. Intense rumbling continued to be heard, and the might of Great Path continued to fall onto them. However, the might of the bloody palm print had been considerably weakened. The village chief was attacking the palm print with his sword form, after all, negating a good part of its power. However, that still proved inadequate to stop it. All of their bodies were pinned and they spat up blood as their bodies continued to suffer damage. Saint Ji never intended to leave any of them alive. Hua Jiu's demonic eyes took one look at Yi Futian. Her eyes were teary before and her will seemed to begin burning. Boundless power in the heavens seeped into her body. A force that did not belong to her burst. I offer my body as a sacrifice in exchange for the will of the queen. A solemn and despaired voice was heard, and the might of the divine path seemed to burst from her body. A sliver of unparalleled imperial might was sensed, and even her eyes seemed to have changed, becoming ones that cared for nothing around her as she looked above. Her will served as the catalyst and her body as the sacrifice in exchange for the will of the queen. The will invoked the catastrophe of the great path above the heavens. Hua Jiyu continued to resist the palm print as her body and even her will were burning. She invoked the catastrophe of the heavens as she continued to move upwards, shattering the palm print bit by bit as she tore through it. Go to hell! Saint Ji roared furiously as he continued to press downward, giving up everything just to kill the ones before him. Yaya's body seemed to have been torn by swords as boundless light of swords burst from her body. She turned around and saw Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu, saying to herself, "Brother, Yaya is leaving." Dazzling light of the sword burst with her body in the middle as soon as she finished. An incredibly huge sword diagram appeared on the palm print. Boundless swords appeared in the air all of a sudden. The swords of countless swordsmen in the battlefield rang and flew out of their hands, heading towards Yaya. Countless were stunned as they witnessed the astonishing scene, feeling their minds being rattled. Saints finally made it there at that moment. Both Saint Li and Saint Jiang were there, filling the place with saintly might. However, that barefooted young woman's hair continued to billow in a frenzy. Boundless sword will burst from her body as changes were seen. Even her face and bearing seemed to have changed. While Yaya's face was still hers, it seemed to have grown incredibly fast and had matured, filled with saintly might. Her eyes took one look at Saint Ji in the air, filled with overbearing pride and cold murderous intent. The palm print finally shattered under the attack of the psychic powers and sword will. Countless swords in the air merged and became a single blade, pulsing with the flash of the sword capable of killing everything. The sword flew and Saint Ji's pupils dilated. At the very next moment, a beam of sword flash pierced him. Saint Ji's body was immediately shattered and reduced to nothing. In a single instant, his soul and mind had dissipated into nothing. The Saint Lord of Jisheng Cliffs was thoroughly reduced to dust, scattered throughout the heavens and the earth. The towering sword will disperse soon after, and the young woman's body fell limply. The holy sword appeared beneath the young woman's body, lifting her up and hovering in the air. The village chief knelt down and prostrated in the air. Tears were seen in his aged eyes. It was unknown if those were tears shed for Yaya's disappearance or for the return of his master, or maybe even both. Yu Sheng's devil-like body dropped from the air, and the same went for Yi Futian, who fell limply. Blood continued to shoot from his mouth as his teary eyes turned to look at Hua Jiyu and Yaya. "No," he said, his voice croaking. His heart ached very, very painfully. The very reason why he cherished Yaya and had taken her as his little sister was because he had long guessed that that would have been Yaya's end. The end of the pitiful young woman. His speculations became reality. Yaya was gone. The one taking her place might be Yaya, or maybe it was the Sword Saint of the Void, who had once been known throughout the world. He turned his eyes to Hua Jiyu and his heart felt like it was able to be torn apart. Hua Jiyu's body continued to burn, being reduced to nothing bit by bit. Like him, she fell lifelessly and turned around arduously. Her demonic eyes turned clear as if she had regained her consciousness. Her eyes were teary and yet, there was a beaming smile in them. Everything had finally ended. Saint Ji was dead and the saints came. No one in the entire 9 states would be able to kill him. Isn't this ending beautiful? However, his imperial will continued to burn, and Emperor Xia, he was hoping the emperor would let him off of that ordeal. Yi Futian's body hit the ground. He extended his shivering hands, attempting to catch Hua Jiyu's falling body. Her body was very light as if it weighed nothing, continuing to disappear bit by bit. Jiyu. Yi Futian's heart seemed to be bleeding. He looked up and shouted, "Senior Saint Jiang." Saint Jiang took one look down and remained standing where he was. It was too late. Hua Jiyu's eyes continued to smile. She extended her hand, intending to stroke Yi Futian's face as she said, "I guess I can't be your queen after all." "No," Yi Futian shook his head and said, "I disagree." Boundless emerald light was sent into Hua Jiyu's body, but it was entirely futile. Her body continued to disperse. Keep in mind, your next wife cannot be someone as shitty as I'm. Your queen has to become some girl who is unparalleled, even in the heavens. Hua Jiyu's spectral silhouette continued to smile, but somehow, she continued to shed tears. I promise you this, only you'll be my queen. You're so dumb. Hua Jiyu then said softly, but promise me this, don't let her bully you, as I'm the only one allowed to do so in this world. Only you're allowed to bully me. Yi Futian burst into tears. Right, I'll be able to rest easy now. But somehow, despite no longer having a heart, I still feel heartache. Can souls cry too? Her silhouette turned increasingly spectral. It gradually turned into a blurry shadow, yet the tears on her face were just as visible. Boundless light circled around Hua Jiyu's body as it moved to the air around her. Hua Jiyu felt some formless power summoning her. Is this the call of the Reaper? Promise me live. Her spectral silhouette dispersed into the air. No, Yi Futian attempted to catch the last bit of her but quickly found that he only grabbed nothing. He watched in despair as Hua Jiyu transformed into a beam of light and shot for the heavens. Yi Futian's arms shivered. His eyes were filled with boundless despair. The battlefield was dead silent. Everyone was staring at him. A lotus lamp continued to burn in the air. A vague silhouette appeared on the lamp, and that silhouette was stunningly beautiful. She looked at Yi Futian, who was despairing, as tears filled her flawless face. She turned and looked at that faraway silhouette and her body burned as well. Countless lotus lamps then took off to the air. One of the lamps came beside Yi Futian and a voice was heard in his mind. I was once a lamp before the Buddha. My life came and went as my destiny willed it. I shall protect her in your stead. Hua Qingqing's gentle voice was heard and Yi Futian watched as the tranquil light of the Buddha took off. He was unable to fathom anything, as he felt nothing but intense heartache at the moment. That concludes the war. Saint Xia's cold eyes swept across everyone on the battlefield. Saint Ji went against the rules and had severely injured Yi Futian and the others. He should have been executed, but he had already perished. I disagree. An extremely cold voice was heard. Saint Xia looked below and saw Yi Futian standing up. Dazzling imperial light shot forth into the heavens. His body was burning, and it seemed that his killing intent burned as well. Chapter 993. Yi Futian's imperial light shot to towering heights and he held the halberd of space and time as he took to the air, filled with thick murderous intent. His blood-stained clothes seemed to have turned golden and billowed wildly in the wind. Yi Futian's imperial light shot to towering heights and he held the halberd of space and time as he took to the air, filled with thick murderous intent. His blood-stained clothes seemed to have turned golden and billowed wildly in the wind. Many on the battlefield turned their eyes in his direction. Even saints came to sense an aura that put them on edge. Even though Yi Futian's own powers were limited, the imperial will inherent within his being was still something that demanded respect and worship from all living beings. He was the only supreme being in that place. Saint Xia's heart raced. He thought that Saint Ji's attack would have rendered Yi Futian incapable of standing even though it did not kill him. With Yi Futian, Hua Jiyu, Yu Sheng and Yaya, the most formidable forces, taken out of the equation, if the fighting were to continue, it would be a disaster for Yi Futian, as everyone wanted to kill him. Saint Ji had broken the balance of the sacred war. It went without saying that as a saint, Saint Xia would have naturally been able to prevent the war from raging on. However, Yi Futian disagreed and stood up again, seemingly burning his own life. What level is that aura that he is emanating now? Saint Xia was speechless. He thought that he would have been able to have some say in the sacred war. He only came to realize then that the fighting on that day no longer had an outcome that he was able to decide. Emperor Xia needed to be the one to decide how things would end. Saint Ji made a move against the rules, Hua Jiyu borrowed the queen's will, the sword saint of the void returned, and Yi Futian was burning with imperial light. Saint Xia was no longer able to control anything going on with the war. Saint Li, Saint Jiang, and the others watched as their hearts raced. That battle exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Saint Ji, Saint Shihua, the sacred king, and the saints of the endless ocean never predicted any of it to go this far. No one had expected the fighting to be that intense and brutal. No one anticipated Saint Ji to trade lives with Yi Futian and to have still failed nonetheless. No one knew what would happen next. He is at the end of his strength. Kill him. Saint Ji's eyes were on Yi Futian. His intent to kill Yi Futian had been taken to another level. Yi Futian was just too dangerous. If he did not agree for the war to end, then he would die. He knew without a doubt that Yi Futian had sustained severe injuries in that day's fighting, and the palace lord was burning all of his own powers to keep fighting. He did not care for the secrets of Yi Futian. He only wanted Yi Futian to die. Yi Futian's survival would have been a disaster for the Hall of Holy Light. Kill him, Saint North Deep said in a manner that was just as cold. The calm battlefield became frenzied once again. Countless mighty ones headed for Yi Futian. They apparently shared Saint Ji's thoughts. With Yi Futian's wife, Hua Jiyu, killed in the sacred war, if he were to survive the war, none from the 7 holy lands who participated in the battle would be able to get out unscathed. Everything had hit a critical point, so Yi Futian needed to die that day, regardless of the cost incurred. Technically speaking, there were 6, instead of 7, holy lands remaining. With the demise of both Saint Ji and Kong Yao, Jisheng Cliffs no longer existed outside of the annals of history. That holy land now ceased to exist. The army headed straight for Yi Futian. The sword saint, Qin Zhuang, and the others came to his side. Take care of Yu Sheng and Jioga, Yi Futian requested before his dazzling figure shot up, turning into a bolt of lightning and headed straight for a single direction. There were 3 in that direction who intended to leave the battlefield. The 3 remaining ones of the 9 mighty ones that came from Emperor Li's realm. They turned around immediately after seeing Yi Futian coming for them, lashing out with the divine implements in their hands. Thousands of golden threads headed straight for Yi Futian. A beam pierced through the air and the head of one of them disappeared in a flash. The other 2 were astonished and shuddered. They turned around and retreated at breakneck speed. A terrifying spiritual power attack came straight for them. Their brains felt like they were about to explode and were no longer capable of thought. There was no longer any opportunity for thought as the halberd of time and space pierced through both of their heads, killing them on the spot. The gathered mighty ones conjured battle matrices and attacked him in the air. Yi Futian took one look at them and an irresistible power washed throughout the space freezing. Yi Futian took one step out and the halberd of time and space pulsed with tremendous light. His imperial will fused with the halberd and brought even greater power to bear. He lifted his arm and lashed out with the halberd. His body turned into a beam of dazzling light. The light of countless particles burst, and the space before him seemed like it was about to explode. The bodies of the mighty ones swept by as the force blew up. That beam of light zipped past and blood splattered all over the place, with dead bodies dropping like flies. One strike with the halberd was all it took to take them all down. The hearts of countless raced as they saw the rain of blood in that space. Him at the end of his strength? No one was able to stand in Yi Futian's way at the moment. All who had wanted to go up and kill him felt themselves shivering. What are you all still looking at? Can't any of you fight? Saint Xia shouted at the battlefield below. His words were seemingly meant for those from the Holy Ji Palace. Everyone came to their senses. They looked at Yi Futian's crazed silhouette and they burned with intense killing intent as well. Kill them all? Kill! Shouts were heard throughout the place. Every single mighty one on the Holy Ji Palace's side began to fight again. The mighty ones from the 6 remaining opposing holy lands felt a shiver run down their spines. Is Saint Xia making his stance clear? The golden great ape took to the air. Yuan Hong wielded the infinite ruler and swept at everything around him. The 9 symbols circled around Gu Donglu, with countless clones of the symbols lashing out at his enemies. Yi Wuchen's life spirit hovered, seemingly bursting with Renhuang's sword will, bringing the might of the battle matrix as he ran. Dead bodies of mighty ones before him continued to rise. All of them only had one intention at the moment: kill every single might one from the 6 holy lands. Saint Xia, Saint Li, Saint Jiang, and the Moon Saint stood in the air and kept a close watch on Yi Futian. They had to keep their guard up due to what happened previously. I shall report what happened to Emperor Xia. If you were a part of what Saint Ji did, Emperor Xia will sentence you himself, Saint Xia said plainly. What do Saint Ji's actions have to do with me? I was only stopping, seeing you emerging onto the battlefield, Saint Ji replied coldly. Explain to Emperor Xia yourself, Saint Xia said coldly without looking at him. Saint Ji's expression was grim. He took a look below and saw Yi Futian on a killing spree, glittering with imperial light. The palace lord was actually heading for the mighty ones of the Hall of Holy Light. He can't keep doing this for long. Use ranged attacks, Saint Ji said coldly. Many mighty ones from the Hall of Holy Light appeared before Yi Futian, bringing their sword will of light at him in a frenzy. Yi Futian seemed to have not taken notice of any of them at all. He continued to charge into the fray, shining with imperial light. All attacks that had gotten close to him were quickly reduced to nothing. His halberd of time and space lashed out, causing yet another rainstorm of blood. No one was able to stand in his way. Watch out, Jia! Saint Ji shouted at Jia, who was fighting with Tianxin below. Jia turned around and found Yi Futian heading straight for him. His body separated from monk Tianxin with a rumble. He burst with the most brilliant of holy light after seeing Yi Futian coming for him, heading straight for Yi Futian. His body seemed to be burning as he transformed into a beam of light. A beam of golden light and a beam of white light clashed. Two beams merged together in an instant before separating. Both Yi Futian and Jia had their backs against each other. The imperial light bursting from Yi Futian continued to shine brilliantly while the light on Jia continued to disperse. Blood was seen oozing from his mouth and his body gradually came apart. No, Jia's body was destroyed as he shouted, turning into nothing. The mighty one who ranked second on the sage ranking was dead. There was simply no sage that Yi Futian was unable to kill. Many mighty ones from the Hall of Holy Light ganged up on him, yet when they saw the shimmering imperial light about Yi Futian, they stopped and forgot to attack altogether. Yi Futian had truly become invincible under the Saint Plane at the moment throughout the 9 states. Anyone who dared stand before him would be killed by one strike of his halberd. Yi Futian coughed once and blood was seen at the corner of his mouth. It was naturally not an injury dealt by Jia, but one that he had sustained prior. If he had not been burning his imperial will, that attack from Saint Ji would have taken his life. He was already burning power within his body in a frenzy just so that he could stand. The mighty ones from the Hall of Holy Light attempted to move against him after seeing him cough. Mighty aura swept the place and Yi Futian took one cold look at them. He put the halberd of time and space away and sat cross-legged in the air. The Guqin spirit appeared below him. His fingers rested on the strings and as the first note was played, tears were seen at the corner of his eyes. He recalled the first time he learned to play the Guqin. That was back in the little hut in Qingzhou Academy, where his teacher, Hua Fenglu, taught him to play the Guqin. The little fox liked teasing him back then. He recalled the year where the love between them blossomed and as they held hands at Qingzhou Lake. Both of them confirmed their relationship there. He sent Jiyu home and stayed there. He was kicked out of the room by Jiyu, and so he sat outside the house and played the whole night. He remembered the time in Donghai Academy where the Grandmaster instructed him in the art of the Guqin. He played and Jiyu lied on his thighs for one whole night. The history between them flashed before his eyes. The tune of the Guqin had always been around as both of them came to know each other and fell in love. He was still around and the Guqin was still present, yet she was nowhere to be found. The Yukio song was played, and with the imperial will infused with it, the true imperial song was played. Limitless sentiments were infused within the tune. There was boundless sorrow as well as towering killing intent. The mighty ones from the Hall of Holy Light attacked, yet a terrifying storm of the Guqin's tune whipped up around Yi Futian. The rules of seemingly all methods were dispersed before the tune of the instrument. The tune became increasingly fierce as it rang throughout the entire battlefield. The mighty ones who had surrounded Yi Futian felt as if their spiritual will was no longer in their control. The spiritual qi around them was no longer controllable. Rules of space freezing were invoked and their bodies seemed to have been put under absolute lockdown. Yi Futian's fingers stroked on the strings and a sharp clanging sound was heard. The tune seeped into the eardrums of the mighty ones around him, transforming into killing power that tore at their spiritual will. Boom! The face of one mighty one became pale as their thoughts ceased. The tune was upon them and their spiritual will was erased. Their body fell lifelessly to the ground. The Guqin storm turned increasingly terrifying. Many mighty ones who surrounded Yi Futian trembled in a frenzy and they continued to drop, killed by the formless tune of the Guqin. The blood-stained silhouette sat up straight in the air as the tune was played, piercing time and space. Even the saints were dazed at the moment. It was as if they were witnessing the legend of an emperor. Chapter 994. Emperor Xia's Realm, Upper World. Emperor Xia's Realm, Upper World. Emperor Xia's palace stood in the sky, above the clouds. Between the clouds, the palace seemed to be a fairyland on earth. A figure wearing a golden robe stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes looking forwards. Beside him, there was a handsome figure in man's clothing who was extremely beautiful, and it was Xia Qingyun. Both of them had their eyes on the picture in front of them where there was a huge scene. A palace on top of a mountain, countless cultivators fighting a great battle, but a blood-stained youth sat alone in the void, playing the Guqin as if between heaven and earth there existed only him alone. Cultivators around them were continually falling, and the youth had the brilliance of the emperor upon him, extremely radiant. Seeing what happened in the picture, Xia Qingyuan's extremely beautiful eyes showed a slight disturbance. It seemed to have reminded of her the words that Futian said to her that day in the imperial mausoleum. As if to say that she had secret weapons, it was not only her who had them. At the time, she thought that it was just Yi Futian being ignorant and arrogant, but now it seemed that if he had really shown his cards, the loser would still be her. This battle was truly earth-shattering. She did not expect to have such a battle in the lower worlds. This one alone is better than all in the 9 states. Emperor Xia looked at the battle, then waved his hand and the picture disappeared. "Messenger," he said casually, and as soon as his voice was heard, a figure appeared in front of him, kneeling on one knee in extreme piety. "First and foremost, send someone to investigate the past of the palace of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, Yi Futian. From the time he was born until now, what he has done, who has been around him, what ability has he cultivated, I want an account of everything." Emperor Xia spoke in an indifferent voice, but there was an unquestionable authority behind it. "Secondly, take people to the lower worlds and keep tabs on everyone who was observing the battles inside and outside of the Holy Palace today, and monitor all of them. Tell them they are to return to their respective holy lands. Unless they have permission, they are not allowed to leave. Violators of the order will be killed without exception." The second instruction of Emperor Xia was equivalent to a total blockade of the news of the battle at the Holy Ji Palace. Everyone inside and outside the palace would be put under lockdown. Third, ask the people of 9 State Guard what they were doing. Who gave Saint Ji the audacity to do what he did? Emperor Xia continued to order. "Yes, sir." The man said, when investigating Yi Futian, "Should we control him?" "No need, just watch him." Emperor Xia said, "Do it as soon as possible." "I will go too," Xia Qingyuan said. Emperor Xia nodded. "Might as well." Then, the man with the command left with Xia Qingyuan. Soon, a group of cultivators in Emperor Xia's palace initiated the spatial matrix in Emperor Xia's realm and went straight across the space to the lower worlds. Outside the Holy Ji Palace, there were countless cultivators on the outskirts, but they couldn't see inside the battlefield and could only wait outside for the news. Only the top characters of the great holy lands could get closer to see something inside the battlefield. At this point, the battle had not completely concluded, and there was a middle-aged man who quietly retreated and walked away from the crowd in a flash. His speed was incredibly fast, and he was obviously someone in the Saint Plain. However, when he was still in the area of 1,000 Holy Islands, he stopped and frowned. "Who is it?" As he finished speaking, several figures appeared, and their eyes fell on him. "Someone from Emperor Li's realm?" asked the person. The eyes of the middle-aged man were like a knife, sweeping toward the newcomer. "Where is Li Yao?" the other party continued to ask. The middle-aged man rose to the sky in a flash, trying to escape. He did not flee in the direction of Li Yao but went in the opposite direction. A group of people chased in the void, and it didn't take long before a quiet sacred war broke out in 1,000 holy islands of the barren state, and someone in the Saint Plain had fallen on the spot and was killed. In a bar, outside of Zhongzhou City, Li Yao was still drinking there. On the table in front of him were 9 broken jade tokens. These 9 people were the 9 powerful cultivators who were the subordinates that were specially trained for his purpose. They were expert killers with great strength and were regarded as elite. For the inheritance of Renhuang, he used the 9 powerful cultivators and the set of divine implements. But today, all 9 were dead. In front of him, that beautiful woman was crying, but she did not seem to be inconsolably sad. As for the youth, he showed signs of great hatred. His father, Saintji, had fallen. "Your Royal Highness," a cultivator came forward with a broken jade token in his hand and said, "Something has gone wrong. Sir should withdraw." Li Yao immediately put the glass down, stood up, and made an executive decision: withdraw. He didn't know what had happened, but if it caused the attention of Emperor Xia, it would be more troublesome. He had intended to end things quickly and leave Emperor Xia's realm. But now it seemed that Saint Ji had failed, and even the people he sent to observe the battle were dead as well. This time, the loss was not a small one, but judging from his status, it was not a big deal. A top divine implement appeared, and a strong air of the void came out of it. It was a ship of the void. They stepped into it and suddenly, there was a light screen shining, wrapping them in it. It even covered up the atmosphere. Afterward, the ship crossed the void directly, disappearing right there in the bar, traveling through the air. There was no trace of them in the blink of an eye. Not long after they left, several figures descended. After a quick look at the bar, they looked up into the void, and the look on their faces was not a good one. It seemed that he was one step too late. Of course, even if they were really arriving on time, there was no chance they could have kept the other party. After all, the power of the 9 states was limited. And this was only because Emperor Xia wanted to observe the battle. Otherwise, even the saint would not be staying. After all, Emperor Xia did not pay much attention to the lands of the 9 states and had always held a casual attitude toward them. At the Holy Palace, on the battlefield, with the Yukio song being played, almost all the cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light were terminated. Even as the music spread throughout the entire battlefield, people were constantly falling, and the cultivators of the 6 great holy lands were steadily killed. Under such circumstances, of course, the 6 holy lands were massacred by the powerful cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace. The sacred war was now, without a doubt, over. "Withdraw," Saint Ji spat. Those from the Hall of Holy Light who were still alive tried to retreat. Those from the Temple of Light tried to evacuate, but the sound of the guqin played endlessly, and everywhere the sound passed, death followed. It intended to exterminate all the cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light here today. Of course, the Hall of Holy Light was controlled by the Qi clan, and many cultivators had returned to Qi state to guard, so they were not all here. But even so, Jia had died, as well as many of the top figures from the Hall of Holy Light. One could only imagine what kind of mood Saint Ji was in at this moment. "Withdraw," Saint Shihua ordered. "Withdraw." Great Zhou's sacred king and the saints of the 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean successively ordered the withdrawal of the army. Even though they were greatly reluctant to do so, they could not watch all their cultivators be slaughtered. Thus, withdrawal was the only option. Today, the 7 holy lands formed an alliance and came to the Holy Ji Palace for war, but they did not capture Huang Jiuge, who owned the inheritance of Renhuang. They did not capture the halberd of time and space, nor did not they kill Yi Futian. Instead, they left behind countless corpses. Saint Ji, the master of Jisheng Cliffs, had died, so had Jia, Kong Yao, and Lu Zong. So many who were known throughout the land of the 9 states had died here. The people of the Holy Ji Palace were still madly chasing and killing, wanting to eliminate all those who tried to retreat. At this time, above the sky, a mighty authority of heaven descended. Countless eyes now watched the sky. It was as if the heavenly army had arrived and the hearts of many trembled. Emperor Xia's people had arrived. And they came fast. Clearly, Emperor Xia himself was personally keeping tabs on the battle of the Holy Ji Palace. No one had ever thought, and no one dared to think, that for many years, no matter what kind of battle, it had never caused such a situation where Emperor Xia ordered a great army to come to the 9 states, even for the likes of Saint Xia, whose heart was beating fast. Was it because of the aura that was released by Yi Futian? How would Emperor Xia treat Yi Futian? Clearly Yi Futian did not release the power before. Because it was not a last resort, he did not dare to release it. Although he did not know what secrets were hidden, he knew this secret was very likely to attract the attention of Emperor Xia. Therefore, Yi Futian did not dare to. But under the attack of Saint Ji, under the threat of death, he had no choice but to release the power. However, since Emperor Xia had personally sent people to come, there was no need for him to go to the upper worlds for an explanation. The great army descended, and the person who was out front was the little princess, Xia Qingyu. Not long ago, his wife had also perished in this battle. Her gaze fell on Yi Futian and looked at the young man who was playing the ukiyo. By the command of Emperor Xia, everyone of all the holy lands should return to their own holy land immediately to await further orders. They are not to take a step outside without permission. Anyone who violates the order will be executed. Next to Xia Qingyuan, a powerful cultivator of the Saint Plain said. His voice spread throughout the palace. Emperor Xia wanted to control everyone because of Saint Ji's move? Or because of Yi Futian? Is it over? Countless people looked up at the sky. At this moment, whether it was Saint Ji, Saint Shihua, or the great Zhou sacred king, they all understood that they were defeated and had been defeated thoroughly. They paid a great price for their failure. Even more frightening was that if Emperor Xia allowed Yi Futian to continue on his path, it would be their apocalypse one day. Yes. Saint Ji nodded. Saint Shihua and great Zhou sacred king all nodded in agreement. Who dared to not obey Emperor Xia? The sound of the Guqin suddenly stopped, the spirit of Guqin disappeared, and Yi Futian seemed to have exhausted all his power as his body fell from the sky. Several shadows flashed toward him. Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyue arrived first because of, and the two caught Yi Futian. Second senior sister, third senior brother. Yi Futian had tears in the corner of his eyes. Zhuge Mingyue, likewise, was also in tears. Looking at Yi Futian's eyes, her heart hurt for him. Gu Donglu held Yi Futian's hand. He didn't say anything because any words at this moment would be useless. He had tried his best, and so did everyone else. But who could have thought that Saint Ji would intervene? And who could have stopped Saint Ji? If it was not for Jieyu and Yaya, who fought without a thought for their lives, everyone there would have been doomed, including Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. In the distance, inside the Holy Sage Pavilion, there were many people coming toward them, and there were two among them that came onto the battlefield with tears on their faces. They came in front of Yi Futian, who was on the ground. These two people were Hua Fenglu and Nanduaning, master and masteress. Yi Futian did not let Zhuge Mingyue help him but knelt on the ground. He owed his master and masteress something he could no longer repay. They had given Jiyu to him to care for, but he was not able to protect her. Nanduaning pulled Yi Futian up, hugging him with tears in her eyes. Futian, it was not your fault. Likewise, Hua Fenglu also pulled Yi Futian to him. He sat on the ground, and at this moment, he looked as if he aged a lot suddenly. He looked up at the direction in which Hua Jiyu had disappeared, and all their shared past rushed to his mind. At that time at Qingzhou Academy, he lived with his daughter Hua Jiyu, just the two of them. The arrival of Yi Futian added some color to their lives. He took Yi Futian on as a disciple and taught him to play the guqin and the art of engraving. Later he matched his daughter and his disciple. These were all such beautiful memories. It seemed as if they happened just yesterday, but now it seemed to be far out of reach. Chapter 995. Many people, such as Sword Saint, Gu Donglu, Zhuge Mingyue, and Yi Wuchen, all descended next to Yi Futian. Seeing Yi Futian, Hua Fenglu and the others had tears in their eyes also. Many people, such as Sword Saint, Gu Donglu, Zhuge Mingyue, and Yi Wuchen, all descended next to Yi Futian. Seeing Yi Futian, Hua Fenglu and the others had tears in their eyes also. Yi Wuchen looked up and watched the cultivators of the 6 great holy lands, who had begun to retreat in the sky. There were tears falling down his cheeks. He knew Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu since their time in the Kangyi kingdom of the Land of the 100 Kingdoms. Today, those people had not yet been completely annihilated. Lu Chenyu came to Yi Wuchen's side, pulling on his hand with the same painful tears. Yi Qingxian and Lu Lanshui also arrived and were saddened. All the palace lords at the Holy Ji Palace came successively, one after another. There was blood on their bodies. At this time, Sage Wanxiang stopped not far from Yi Futian. He bowed and said, "Palace Lord, the divine spirit of the lady has not dissipated. Perhaps there is still a chance to revive her." Yi Futian looked up with difficulty. It had already gotten this far. Was it possible that there was still really a chance? Sage Wanxiang saw Yi Futian was still without movement, so he extended his hands and then kneeled and worshipped to the sky. He said clearly, "God bless the lady." He had made a divination of the outcome before the battle, but it was undetermined, and he was impacted in his heart and soul as a result of it. The celestial plane carried by this divination had exceeded his ability, and he was not qualified to know its secret. The appearance of the will of the emperor, the descent of the divine spirit of the empress, and the command of Emperor Xia were not something that the likes of him could have deduced. Upon hearing the voice of Sage Wanxiang, countless people at the Holy Ji Palace looked up at the sky. Sword Demon, Sage Daozong, and the other palace lords all kneeled down and shouted, "God bless the lady." All these voices were heard throughout the Holy Ji Palace. Countless people fell to the ground in the direction where Hua Jiyu had disappeared and worshipped. At this moment, a voice was heard throughout heaven and earth. "God bless the lady." In the void, Xia Qingyuan, Saint Xia, Saint Li, Saint Jiang, and Moon Saint all witnessed this scene, and their hearts could not be calmed. To the palace, Yi Futian was the palace lord, its future and its faith. After the battle today, Yi Futian would be the god of the palace. Even Glass Saint, who held great resentment against Yi Futian, experienced a great disturbance inside her heart. She had thought about killing Yi Futian with her own hands, but after today, could she still do it? Everyone had their own lives to live. When she was young, she once dreamed of being like Hua Jiyu, finding someone who truly loved her and offering everything to each other. But instead, she experienced the darkest part of her life, which had given birth to the Glass Saint of today. Then, after this battle, what would Yi Futian become? As the wind blew, her clothes fluttered, and her long hair flew in the wind. She looked at the sky above the battlefield. As Xia Emperor had ordered, all the holy lands had retreated. Even though their intent to kill him was as high as the sky, they still weren't able to do it. Jisheng cliffs had been destroyed, and the cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light were almost all annihilated, and the great Zhou sacred dynasty also suffered heavy losses. The 3 holy lands of Endless Ocean lost more than half of their people, with all of their top figures killed. Of course, the Holy Ji Palace also had many who had fallen in this battle. Even the lady of the palace had perished in the battle. Therefore, the Holy Ji Palace, at the moment, did not experience the joy of winning the sacred war, but was instead immersed in sorrow. In this battle, the blood of the palace was enough to create a river. "Return," Glass Saint said, and led the cultivators of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple to leave. She had thought that the saints would have a chance to fight, but the arrival of Xia Qingyuan interrupted everything, so that saints, after all, did not have the opportunity. Since what happened today had attracted the attention of Emperor Xia, there was no doubt he would personally investigate. Just as Emperor Xia had commanded, before the order was lifted, all holy lands would not be allowed to make any move, so there would probably be a period of quietude. It was just unknown how long it would take Emperor Xia to investigate the matter. All the cultivators left in succession. Saint Xia, Saint Li, and Moon Saint had all left, as well as the people of the Vajra region. Saint Jiang announced that he would join the Holy Ji Palace and thereafter cultivate at the Holy Ji Palace. The Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State now had one more saint added to it, a saint who ranked number 12 on the saint ranking no less. Half a month later, the news of the earthquake in the 9 states and the battle of the Holy Ji Palace swept through the land of 9 states, and many were shocked. It was rumored that Saint Ji had died and that the Jisheng Cliffs was now under the control of Emperor Xia's people. None of the cultivators were allowed to step out of Jisheng Cliffs. No one knew what had happened or why Emperor Xiang was controlling Jisheng Cliffs. In this battle, the 7 Holy Lands joined forces to lay siege to the Holy Ji Palace and were unable to take it down. It was rumored that blood flowed like a river at the Holy Ji Palace and there were countless deaths and injuries. But what made people tremble the most was that no one knew which cultivators had died, as the news had been blocked. The world only knew the result of this battle, but the details were unknown. It was rumored that Emperor Xia had arrived and all the Holy Lands retreated and were ordered to stay within their own territory. They were all controlled by the cultivators sent by Emperor Xia, who guarded all of the Holy Lands. No one knew why, and those who knew the inside story were too afraid to say anything. Even Saint Xia had returned to the clan without so much a word of complaint, and Saint Li also returned to the 9 State College and did not talk about the battle. All of this shocked the people of 9 states. What had happened in this battle? Everyone in the 9 states wanted to know the inside story of the battle. At the Holy Ji Palace, in the Holy Sage Pavilion, Yi Futian woke up from his coma, and when he opened his eyes, he saw many cultivators. Second senior sister, Little Butterfly, Phoenix, Lulan Shui, and Linga were all around him. As soon as they heard the news of him waking up, there were many more people who came from outside. The oldest and 3rd senior brothers, Yi Wuchen, Huang Jiuge, and the like. All these familiar faces appeared. Master Dozhan had also returned. Yi Futian knew that they were worried about him, but at this time his heart was still in great pain. He asked, "How are Yu Sheng and Yaya?" Yu Sheng's injuries were not minor, but Saint Jiang is here, everything will be okay. Yaya is in retreat. Zhuge Mingyue said, "Futian, you should take care of your body. Xia Qingyuan and Emperor Xia's people, are they still here?" Yi Futian asked. Zhuge Mingyue nodded lightly. Yi Futian smiled bitterly. Many people did not understand why he did not release the will of the emperor earlier, but in fact, when he faced the 9 great cultivators, he had released the will of the emperor with Jiyu helping him to disguise it. It wasn't until Saint Ji got involved that they could no longer hide it, because only he and Jiyu knew what kind of secrets were involved in this will of the emperor. Back then, Donghuang the Great had sent people to Qingzhou City to destroy the statue and kill the Snow Ape Emperor. By releasing the will of the emperor, it was basically a death sentence. If he died, then the palace would also perish with him. Now, people at the palace only expected him to recover, but they did not know that Emperor Xia was probably already investigating this matter, and he was not likely to escape the consequences. As the master of the lower worlds, Yi Futian did not believe that Emperor Xia did not know that Donghuang the Great had twice sent people here. It was just at the time he was an insignificant person, and those who were high above were too preoccupied to take a second look at him. For instance, when they took away Mr. Du, who paid any mind to the disciples of the college and the college. Some were of the noble plane or the even lower arcana plane. But now it was different. Looking at all of the 9 states, who could say that Yi Futian was insignificant? Moreover, he had released the will of the emperor in front of everyone. It was impossible for Emperor Xia to ignore it. He now would probably want a thorough investigation on him. The 9 states was under the jurisdiction of Emperor Xia. If Emperor Xia wanted to investigate him, there would be nothing that couldn't be found. He was born in the city of Qingzhou and used to stay in the cottage. Even if there was no hard evidence, Emperor Xia Huang would be able to deduce a thing or two. "I am going for a walk." Yi Futian got up and went out. Everyone looked at him. Gu Donglu whispered, "Let him have some quiet time." Everyone nodded and did not follow him, because all could understand the mood Yi Futian was in at the moment. Yi Futian just had a shirt on and walked in the Holy Sage Pavilion. With the wind blowing on him, he actually felt a little cool. Ahead of him, there were 2 people coming toward him. It was the village chief and Yaya. Perhaps she could no longer be called Yaya. Yi Futian looked at the woman who had gone through so much change. She no longer wore pigtails and her eyes were not as clear as they were before. Although she had turned out beautiful, Yi Futian still seemed to prefer the simple girl from before. The woman, likewise, also looked at Yi Futian. There were some emotions in her eyes. Her lips were moving slightly as if she wanted to say something, but she did not say anything. Yi Futian looked at her and suddenly he smiled. He was dying, so what would he care anymore about status or identities of the world? It did not matter that she was the world-famous sword saint of the void. She was still Yaya. Yi Futian stepped forward and reached out to try to rub her head. She leaned sideways slightly, and Yi Futian's hand stopped for a moment. But he put his hand on her head and rubbed it, saying, "Call me brother." The woman's eyes became sharp for a second and then became soft again. Her eyes revealed some struggle, her lips moved slightly, and then she said involuntarily, "Brother." Her voice was so very faint that it was almost hard to hear it. Once Yi Futian heard this subtle voice, his eyes reddened suddenly, even his palms were slightly trembling. Was Yaya still there? He held out both hands and held the woman's face, then he took a step forward and held her in his arms. The woman's body stiffened, but a warmth started from inside her body. This was the emotional instinct brought on by the life that lived for nearly 2 decades. It had penetrated deep into the soul and was not easily changed. She was the sword saint of the void, but she was also Yaya. Perhaps there was no way that she could escape it. Her body gradually softened, allowing Yi Futian to hold her. Behind her, the village chief observed the scene with an awkward expression. This was perhaps the first time someone dared to hold her? Moreover, she did not even resist? He knew that although her current strength was far from the peak of before, it was still an easy task to kill Yi Futian. Yi Futian loosened his arms and smiled at Yaya. To see Yaya in sorrow and despair, one could imagine his mood at the moment. "Village chief, there is something I want to ask you," Yi Futian said, looking at the village chief. "Yes." The village chief nodded. "If I die, please protect the palace for some years. I will let my master take over the palace. If there is nothing wrong with Yu Sheng, he will replace the master to be in charge of the palace as palace lord in the future," Yi Futian said to the village chief as if to dictate his last will and testament. There were too many people in the palace that he was worried about. If he died, everything would fall apart. His brothers and sisters and Wuchen, where would they go? The village chief glanced at the woman in front of Yi Futian and saw her looking at Yi Futian, saying, "Okay." Yi Futian glanced at her and smiled. Stroking her cheek, he said, "Be good." As he was speaking, he walked away. Of course, he knew that Yaya was still Yaya, but she was not only Yaya. When the village chief heard this, his emotions were conflicting. He looked at the woman in front of him somewhat fearfully. The woman turned around and looked at the village chief. The village chief instantly lowered his head. He did not see anything. Chapter 996. Yi Futian took a look at Yu Sheng, and then came to where his teacher Hua Fenglu and his wife lived. Hua Fenglu had seemingly aged within the span of several days, losing his dashing looks of the past altogether. Wrinkles were seen on Nandu Wenin's face as well, making her look dejected. Yi Futian took a look at Yu Sheng, and then came to where his teacher Hua Fenglu and his wife lived. Hua Fenglu had seemingly aged within the span of several days, losing his dashing looks of the past altogether. Wrinkles were seen on Nandu Wenin's face as well, making her look dejected. Both of them were playing the guqin when Yi Futian arrived. The sound of the tunes matched and melded with each other, but Yi Futian was only able to sense tinges of sorrow from the sounds. They stopped playing when they saw Yi Futian come and they smiled at him. However, Yi Futian felt that their smiles looked rather sorrowful. "Teacher, Mistress," Yi Futian lowered his head and said, "Futian, how are your injuries?" Hua Fenglu asked. "They're a lot better now," Yi Futian nodded and said. "It's been 17 years since we ran from Qingzhou City, eh?" Hua Fenglu then added, "I still remember you carrying me, a cripple, on your back all those years ago. We crossed the East Sea, returning to Donghai City, and looked for your mistress here. I can't believe it's been such a long time ago. Time flies indeed." Yi Futian did not say anything further. He seemed to be that boy that he once was before Hua Fenglu and Nanduan. "We've out for long enough and we've started getting homesick. Futian, me and your mistress here are thinking of returning to the East Sea," Hua Fenglu said. Yi Futian knelt on the ground with reddened eyes as soon as Hua Fenglu finished, lowering his head. He said, "I've failed you, teacher. He and Hua Jiyu were married in the Book Mountain of the Eastern Barren Territory back then. They both were the closest person to Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wenin, so both of the elders came with them. And now, his teacher said that he wanted to return to the East Sea. Such was his state of mind at the moment. Futian. Nandu Wenin went up and pulled Yi Futian his feet. She turned around and looked at Hua Fenglu, berating him. Futian has just recovered. Just what the hell are you talking about? I know. Yi Futian knew what was going through the minds of his teacher and mistress. None of the elders blamed him, yet the fact that Jiyu was the life of both of them remained. Hua Fenglu came to Yi Futian's side and pulled him over, sitting on the ground with him, saying, "Do you remember that when Jiyu left all those years ago, it was just me and you, and then we went to Donghai City? But your teacher here seems to have better luck than you do. I still have your mistress here with me and Aunt Tang. So, with Jiyu gone now, I know that you're definitely in more pain than me. You have to get up on your feet regardless of how painful it is. Who did Jiyu end up passing away for after all? If something were to happen to you, it would have been a waste of her effort. You need to stay strong at this time. You know what you'll be facing after all. Promise your teacher and your mistress, and this is the greatest hope that Jiyu had for you as well, live and thrive." Hua Fenglu knew certain secrets of Yi Futian, and so he definitely knew what Yi Futian would be up against. "Well, you know, teacher, it's all up to fate for me this time," Yi Futian said beside Hua Fenglu. Emperor Xia had sent his people to guard the holy Ji Palace. If it was his life that the emperor wanted, it would have been all the same for him, be it at the moment or even after he became a saint. Hua Fenglu listened to Yi Futian's words and went silent for a few moments. He shook his head with a bitter smile. He looked up at the sky far away and scolded Yi Futian in a low voice. "You said that you have no respect for your elders and traditions, then why would I have taken you as my student then? You called yourself a playboy, but you were not as dashing and good-looking as I was, so why the hell did I marry off my daughter to you? I'm really down on my luck for having met you." "Indeed. Why the hell were you so blind as to take a liking to me back then? If you hadn't taken me in as your student and didn't marry Jiyu off to me, things would have been better off." Yi Futian looked far away and said lightly. Nandu Wenin broke into tears within seconds, seeing the teacher and the students sitting down and talking. Several days passed and Yi Futian had settled some matters of the Holy Ji Palace. That day, a sword flew out of the Holy Ji Palace. The mighty one sent by Emperor Xia appeared, blocking the sword that was about to leave. Xia Qingyuan stepped forward and her eyes were on Yi Futian. There was also the village chief, Hua Fenglu, Nandu Wenin, and Tang Lan there with him. "I'm going to leave for a while. You're welcome to join us, princess," Yi Futian said plainly to Xia Qingyuan before saying to the village chief, "Let's go." Xia Qingyuan eyed Yi Futian coldly. What a bastard. The sword will was activated and they left soon enough. The eyes behind Xia Qingyuan all turned in her direction. Xia Qingyuan then said, "Let me leave. Send someone to keep an eye on him. No need to get in his way. Just let him wherever he wants to." Acknowledged. The one behind her nodded. Several figures looked up at the disappearing sword from the Holy Sage Pavilion of the Holy Ji Palace. Yaya Zhuge Mingyue, Gu Donglu, and others saw Yi Futian off. The others in the Holy Ji Palace did not know of the secret that Yi Futian kept close to his heart. They had no idea at all what awaited Yi Futian, thinking that Emperor Xia was just investigating the case of the Sacred War of the Nine States. After the Holy Sword left the Holy Ji Palace, it headed east, passing Divine Sky City as they left Zhongzhou City, then passing by the Eastern Barren Territory, Book Mountain, ancient Lulun. It was the journey that Yi Futian took when he first showed up. Yi Futian had no idea when Emperor Xia would act against him. His fate was no longer in his control. That was why he did not bring his teacher back. His speed was lacking and he was worried that he would be caught on the way, so he let the village chief escort them instead. They arrived at the border of the 100 Lands and there were a lot of familiar memories Yi Futian had with the place. The Kangyi Kingdom, the Nandu Nation, and many more. The Holy Sword kept flying forward, entering Donghai City. Within the small city below lied the Nandu clan and Donghai Academy. Those were places that held a lot of memories for him. Yi Xiang was probably still the headmaster of Donghai Academy. However, he did not stay at Donghai Academy. Nandu Wanine did not even visit her brother at the royal palace of the Nandu nation nor the Nandu clan. They passed through Donghai City and the Holy Sword went straight for East Sea, zipping by above the vast ocean, going all the way into Qingzhou City. The island city was where Yi Futian grew up. He thought he would never return after he last left. "You may return, village chief," Yi Futian said to the village chief after he arrived at the shore of Qingzhou City. "Will do." The village chief nodded, and as the sword tore through the sky, he vanished from sight altogether. "Teacher, mistress, where will we be staying?" Yi Futian asked. Qingzhou Academy was probably long taken over by others. Should we pay a visit regardless? His teacher and Jiyu had lived in Qingzhou Academy for 3 years. Yi Futian watched Jiyu grow up there, so he had special sentiments about the place. It's best not to disturb others. "You decide, Futian." "Anywhere would do," Hua Fenglu said. It was Yi Futian who sent them back after all, and he intended to stay with them for the last of his days. If Emperor Xia or Donghuang the Great wanted him dead, then he would die in Qingzhou City. It was his birthplace after all, and it seemed like a good choice to have his bones buried there. Hopefully, things would not turn out like how they had with the cottage's teacher, where a group of people showed up out of nowhere and took him away. Qingzhou Lake seems to have a good view. How about we just buy a place there? Yi Futian asked. Up to you. Hua Fenglu had no objections. They came back to live as hermits, with no intention of dealing with the messy affairs of the outside world, spending the rest of their days in peace and quiet. Hua Jiyu's death had dealt a very heavy blow to them after all. All right then. Yi Futian nodded and they went into Qingzhou City. He thought of returning to the Ye's residence from ages past, but that place had been bought by Uncle Feng Rihai, a friend of his father. The last time he was back, Feng Qingxue was staying there, and Yi Futian had no intention of disturbing them. He did not wish to alert anyone of his presence as well, wishing to simply spend his days in quiet. These could very well be his last days, so there was no need to disturb others. Qingzhou City was a very small place to him, but to the common folk who lived there, it was a large place, just like it had felt to him all those years ago. Yi Futian quickly bought a small, elegant place by the lake. The place was simple and not large, but more than enough to accommodate them all. After they were done with settling down in the simple place, Yi Futian brought some chairs for Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wanine to sit. Tang Lan stood quietly at the side. Yi Futian then moved a chair to her side and said, "Have a seat, Aunt Tang." "Sure." Tang Lan nodded and saw Yi Futian sitting down, laying there lazily and closing his eyes, enjoying the sunlight. "Futian." Tang Lan stopped as she was about to say something. Yi Futian smiled and asked, "What's the matter, Aunt Tang?" Tang Lan looked at him and said nothing as she shook her head. The three of them continued to talk as she wore a smile on their faces, seemingly without a hint of sadness, but she was nonetheless able to sense the emptiness and sorrow from the depths of their hearts. It seemed that everything was being covered by the smiles on their faces. "You really want to live here as well, Futian?" Nandu Wanine asked. "Indeed. I'm here to keep you and teacher company." Yi Futian nodded. "Just let him do as he pleases," Hua Fenglu said to Nandu Wanine, who then nodded. Yi Futian opened his eyes and looked at the sky. Jiyu was no longer with him, so he would spend the last of his days by his teacher's and master's side. "Teacher, mastress, I'll go take a stroll," Yi Futian got up and said. "Yeah." Hua Fenglu nodded. Yi Futian got up and left. The breeze by the lake was rather chilly. He walked aimlessly and before he realized it, he came to the place where he and Jiyu held hands all those years ago. There were many people laughing by the lake. Young boys and girls, as well as couples, making the scene look like a drawing. The wind blew past and Yi Futian remained standing there like a statue. A faint smile was seen in his eyes. The sky eventually turned red from the sun setting, with him having no idea how long he had been standing there. The night came as the sun set. The view of the lake at night looked even more beautiful. Boats of all sorts came and went without stop. Fireworks were seen occasionally, a work of the guests on the tourist boats. They admired the view as they laughed and cheered. Yi Futian looked at the fireworks and his eyes looked rather dazed. It was as if he had gone back in time, back to that day 18 years ago, when both of them held hands by the lake. They stood where he stood at the moment, looking at the fireworks blooming in the sky with astonishing beauty. She took his hand that year, looking at the fireworks in the sky, and asked, "So are we a couple now then?" The fireworks looked incredibly beautiful that year. She looked even more beautiful that year. He smiled and a tear rolled down his cheeks. The wind blew, rustling his clothes, and his hair billowed. Half of his full head of black hair turned gray in an instant. Chapter 997. Pleasure boats and barges were all over the lake. There were girls standing outside said boats, admiring the fireworks. They turned their eyes and saw the man on the lake. His billowing hair turned half gray before becoming silver, dancing in the air. The girls were dazed by the scene. The man had a slender body and looked exceptional and dashing, as he was an incredibly handsome man. He seemed to have been merged with the scenery simply by standing around doing nothing. However, his standing silhouette seemed to be a lonesome one. Pleasure boats and barges were all over the lake. There were girls standing outside said boats, admiring the fireworks. They turned their eyes and saw the man on the lake. His billowing hair turned half gray before becoming silver, dancing in the air. The girls were dazed by the scene. The man had a slender body and looked exceptional and dashing, as he was an incredibly handsome man. He seemed to have been merged with the scenery simply by standing around doing nothing. However, his standing silhouette seemed to be a lonesome one. Quite a good-looking guy indeed. Many on the boats came to take notice of the man at the shore. Is that trick of turning hair gray some kind of spell? What are you people looking at? A young man on the boat came to the bow, following the eyes of the girls. He too caught sight of Futian. The appearance and bearing of the man inspired envy in the men watching him. He shed tears and his hair turned gray all of a sudden. I wonder who those tears were for. One of the girls asked. Probably just some kind of trick, one of the men smiled and said. The man then took out an article of clothing and put it on the girl and said, "The wind outside is cold, let's head inside." Right? The girl nodded, turning her eyes away with a tinge of reluctance before returning to the boat. There were many on the lake who turned to look at Futian. A woman with a bolder personality even smiled and asked when her boat passed by him, "Do you mind coming up for a bit?" However, the man did not seem to notice her and simply remained standing there alone. The woman felt bored and rowed away. Futian then sat by the lakeside cross-legged, taking out a guqin and began playing at the side of the lake. It was a simple tune devoid of any power. There were illustrations within the flowing tune, which seemed to have blended with the scenery. There was no sadness, no tears, only joy, as if he was drawing an incredibly beautiful painting. He was illustrating the love between young couples, pure and beautiful. Many seemed to feel themselves taking a trip back in time as they heard the tune. It was as if they had returned to their younger days, recalling their love in ages past. The man who was playing the tune must have had quite a story to tell. The tune ended and Futian stood up, walking back to his place. The lives of Futian, Hua Fenglu, and the others were incredibly quiet in the following days. Hua Fenglu and Nanduwanin spent their days basking in the sun within the compound and playing the guqin, seldom going out. It was as if they had truly become hermits. They did not bring Hua Jiyu up. No one wanted to bring her up. No one dared to. They simply hoped that time would wash away their pain. Futian's life was also a simple and orderly one. He spent his days talking with his teacher and mistress in their place and taking strolls along the lake at night. He seemed to have even forgotten about his training altogether. Time passed and everyone who lived near their place came to know them. An elder came to knock on their door, saying to Hua Fenglu with a smile, "I've grown used to hearing you people play your tune. Why would people like you come to Qingzhou City?" The old man was one who had been through a lot himself. He had ventured outside when he was young and had met renowned people of the Dharma and Arcana plane before, but none of them exuded bearings like that of Hua Fenglu and the others. While he was old, he was able to guess that the lot of them were anything but simple folk. "Have a seat, elder," Hua Fenglu said. The elder did not refuse and entered their home. "We're old, so we thought of coming home," Hua Fenglu smiled and replied to the old man. Qingzhou City is a small island, and quite a quiet one too. The old man then smiled and asked, that handsome young man would be your son, I take it? Very good-looking indeed, and he seems to have surpassed you in looks. Hua Fenglu smiled and did not deny any of that. Yi Futian was like their own son to them. But then again, a young man growing gray hair at such an age. I wonder what he's been through. I'm not sticking my nose where it doesn't belong, but if he really has something that he can't get over with, well, time shall be the remedy to all things, the old man said in an advisory tone. He was able to hear their tunes due to living so close by. While the tunes were quiet, they had a tinge of sadness to them. The family seemed to have some stories to tell, so he came just to give them advice. Thank you, elder. Hua Fenglu nodded. All right, I've overstayed my welcome and I shall leave you be. The old man left and Hua Fenglu sighed. Yi Futian's hair had been gray every day for as long as they had been in the city. He had had a head of black hair when they came to Qingzhou City, yet his hair was all gray, almost as white as snow even. It was a sad thing for a young person to have a head of gray hair. Hua Fenglu had no thoughts on anything else at the moment. He had only hoped that there would be good news coming from the Holy Ji Palace. He did not want to see people show up suddenly and take Yi Futian away by force. He had already lost his beloved daughter, and he dared not think about any mishaps happening to his student, who he came to see as his son. Qingzhou Lake had always been the most popular place in Qingzhou City. Yi Futian went to take strolls every day by the lakeside and play a tune there. Days passed and there seemed to be nothing much happening throughout the 9 states. But then again, he did not think about any of that as well. Many who liked to go to the lake heard of a gray-haired young man who had been playing tunes by the lake every day for quite some time. It was said that he was extremely handsome. His dashing looks and exceptional bearing worked well with his gray hair, so much so that women tended to fall for him. There had been girls from dubious places inviting the young man to come to their establishments often, yet he had never batted an eye for them. As a result, there had been many rumors regarding the gray-haired young man. Some claimed that he was missing some beloved who passed away or missing his first love, leading him to behave in such a manner. There were those who said that it was probably due to having been betrayed by someone he loved. He was so sad that he spent his days reminiscing the good old days, indulging himself in memories and refusing to move on. However, none of them had been able to recognize him. While he had once been incredibly famous in Qingzhou City, even causing an earthquake there, all that had been a long time ago. The last time he had been seen in Qingzhou City was more than 10 years ago. Those who came to hear about him might not have known him. Even those who had actually seen him all those years before probably would not recognize him due to his full head of gray hair. Qingzhou Lake looked just as stunning that day. A boat moved along the water of the lake and a couple stood on the boat. The man was exceptionally handsome. He was over 30 years of age, exuding a unique charm. The woman was also extremely good-looking. While she was married, that had only added to her charm. Her long red dress showed her figure perfectly. Teacher Yang, madam. Some who passed by recognized the two of them. It was obvious that they were rather renowned in Qingzhou City. The Yang clan and the Feng clan were both top-notch families in Qingzhou City. Yang Xiu had supreme talents and looked incredibly dashing, while the daughter of the Feng clan, Feng Qingxue, was just as exceptional in both her incredible looks and talent for training. Many were touched by the 5 years that Yang Xiu spent pursuing Feng Qingxue. Both of them were eventually married and it became quite a story in Qingzhou City. Both Yang Xiu and Feng Qingxue taught at Qingzhou Academy. The academy was no longer what it used to be. A lot of things had happened and its overall strength far surpassed what it had once been. Both of them were of Dharma plane powers. Feng Qingxue had spent years studying elsewhere before returning to the Qingzhou Academy several years later. Both of them nodded at the person who greeted them, looking amicable. A tune was heard at the lake far away. Both of them turned to the lake and saw a gray-haired figure playing the guqin, and many people gathered around to listen to him play. Qingxue, it's been said that there has been a mystical figure showing up at the lakeside these days and that he plays a tune by the lake before leaving. There have been a lot of rumors about him. Some even claimed to witness his hair turning gray in an instant. Yang Xiu said with a smile, "Furthermore, it seems that this guqin master is an exceptionally good-looking man, so much so that few in Qingzhou are able to compare." Many girls invited him to their boats and he never batted an eye. What do you think? Since when did you become interested in things like that? Feng Qingxue asked with a smile. Well, I'm still a dashing man myself. That man is said to be one whom none in Qingzhou City are able to compare to. I'd love to see if that is true. Yang Xiu smiled and said. What if he actually is better looking than you are? Feng Qingxue asked with a smile. You kind of make it sound as if there's nothing I can do about that. Though he could be better looking than me, he's not going to steal my wife. Yang Xiu smiled and said. The boat headed in that young man's direction, reaching the shore gradually. Feng Qingxue looked rather indifferent. She did not think of such things to begin with. However, when she came to listen to the tune, she was gradually pulled into the illustration of the tune. It was as if she was able to sense the purity of her youth from the tune itself. The tune was flowing with a mystical charm, capable of bringing the thoughts of those within earshot back in time, reminiscing about their past. Feng Qingxue was unable to help but recall her youth. She was truly innocent back then, but stubborn and unruly as well, missing out on a good person. While she knew that said person would have blamed her for anything, she was nonetheless somewhat dejected whenever she recalled what happened between them. While time had washed the matter away considerably, and having been married, she ceased to recall those times as she once did. There were times when the thoughts hit her and she still had a bit of sadness in her. But then again, there was also a bit of the good times mixed in. Those had been the best time of her youth after all. The Guqin master has a very high skill indeed, Yang Xiu praised as he came to be attracted by the tune as well. He turned to look at Feng Qingxue, who had also been attracted by the tune. He grew curious about the person playing it. The boat gradually came closer and her eyes turned to the figure playing the tune. As the distance between them closed and her sight grew clear, she was actually able to sense some familiarity from the man playing the Guqin. Am I imagining things? Feng Qingxue asked herself deep down. It was probably due to the memories being brought forth by the tune. However, her mind remained restless and she shuddered a bit. The tune continued to flow into her ears. As the boat came increasingly close and she listened quietly, memories of bygone years that had never come to mind surfaced. The sense of familiarity filled her mind at the moment. Furthermore, as the boat got closer, the sense of familiarity grew increasingly intense. Feng Qingxue's heart continued to race. She labored to see the face of the one who was playing the tune clearly. The young man continued to play with all 10 of his fingers. Strands of gray hair dangled before his brow, blocking his face. It was not until the tune was over that he began to lift his head up. When Feng Qingxue finally saw his face, her heart shuddered violently and her eyes reddened. She was unable to keep her tears from rolling down her face when she saw the head of gray hair clearly. He was known all over the world. There was no one in the Nandu nation who did not know his name, but she had no idea why his hair was all gray when she saw him again. Chapter 998. 10 years ago Yi Futian had returned to Qingzhou City. Afterward, news about him had come out of Donghai City. When Feng Qingxue had left Qingzhou City and crossed the sea, she had already known of Yi Futian's fame. She could easily tell what kind of man the Prince of Nandu was. At that time he had been so young and yet was already so famous. She had thought that he would live an even more glorious life. 10 years ago Yi Futian had returned to Qingzhou City. Afterward, news about him had come out of Donghai City. When Feng Qingxue had left Qingzhou City and crossed the sea, she had already known of Yi Futian's fame. She could easily tell what kind of man the Prince of Nandu was. At that time he had been so young and yet was already so famous. She had thought that he would live an even more glorious life. Although he had forgotten her along with many things from that time, when she thought of how high he had soared she was still gratified. She had no more illusions about one day marrying him. But why did she have to meet him after so long under these circumstances? Why had this impressive figure's hair turned silver? At the moment she finally realized the artistic conception of that melody. There was sorrow within the joy. If she had known that meeting him again would be like this, she would have rather not done so. She never would have dreamed that the handsome white-haired youth who was rumored to be on the shore of Qingzhou Lake was Yi Futian. What must he have gone through to look like this now? She did not know, but she still felt his pain in her heart. Tears stained her face. Qingxue. Yang Xiu saw the dazed expression on her face. Why did she have such a strong reaction upon seeing this young man? Could it be that they knew each other? Feng Qingxue seemed not to hear him as she continued to stare at the white-haired youth. Seeming to sense something, the white-haired youth looked up at the small boat that she was in. His eyes were as calm as still water. He smiled slightly as he nodded at her, then turned and left. Feng Qingxue wanted to say something, but as he left she said nothing. She could not stop the tears from flowing. She was much more resolute now that she was married. She was not the same girl as before. But now, in this situation, it seemed that only tears could express her feelings. "What has happened to you?" Feng Qingxue whispered to the slowly disappearing figure. She knelt down and wept, seeming to be helpless. How had someone so young and famous ended up like this? He did not belong in Qingzhou City at all. Everyone fixed their attention on Feng Qingxue, and a strange look came over many of their faces. Feng Qingxue and Yang Xiu were slightly famous in Qingzhou City and knew many people. Why would she be so sad just from a single glance at this young man? Could he be a former lover of hers? That seemed to be the message of the music that the white-haired youth was playing. If so, would that not be an embarrassment for Yang Xiu? Yang Xiu kneeled beside Feng Qingxue and whispered, "Is that him?" He had pursued Feng Qingxue for 5 years. He naturally knew her past, knew that there had always been only one person in her heart, that unattainable genius. Feng Qingxue nodded slightly. Yang Xiu's heart was in turmoil. He would never have thought that the mysterious young man on the shore of Qingzhou Lake was the most legendary figure in Qingzhou City. The funny thing was that the people of Qingzhou City had treated him as a joke. If they had known who he was, who knew what they would think? When the legend of Qingzhou City had returned, he had done so with white hair. Yang Xiu was uneasy. What had happened to him? Feng Qingxue did not spread the news, and so Yi Futian's peace was not broken. He continued to live every day as usual. On the next day that he came to Qingzhou Lake, Feng Qingxue was already sitting in a boat, waiting for him with another familiar figure. Qin Yi had been at Qingzhou Academy all along with Feng Qingxue, and she was still single. She was still just as attractive as before, but she was no longer as immature. She was full of heroic spirit, but when she saw Yi Futian's white hair, it evaporated. Feng Qingxue had told her, but when she saw what Yi Futian looked like with her own eyes, her beautiful eyes turned red. Yi Futian sighed inwardly as he saw Qin Yi. He stopped playing and stepped out onto the front of his boat. "Qin Yi, Qingxue," whispered Yi Futian. His silver hair danced in the slight breeze. He was much friendlier than before. You could tell his story with a single glance. But he was no less handsome than before and was even better in some respects. But all that Qin Yi and Qingxue saw was the tragedy. Qin Yi saw him smiling and nodded slightly. She bowed her head as if she couldn't bear to see him like this. He had come back alone, and with white hair, and that legendary girl from Qingzhou Academy was no longer by his side. She guessed some of what had happened, and her heart ached for him. She was so beautiful and outstanding, the embodiment of perfection. Back in the day, when she and Yi Futian had walked together, they seemed like a couple. "Jieyu is gone." Yi Futian spoke as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. His tone was calm. That one sentence seemed to cover everything. Qin Yi's tears continued to fall. She still did not look at Yi Futian but wiped away her tears. After taking a moment to compose herself, she turned to him and nodded, taking in his eyes and his white hair. There was a faint smile in his eyes, but they were still so sad. Qin Yi knew that anything she said would be meaningless, and so she said nothing. She just walked forward and embraced Yi Futian. Yi Futian was stiff at first, but he smiled and hugged her back. Her body was warm. For some people, no longer how long they had been apart, a single glance, a greeting, or a hug, and time would seem to go back. Their relationship seemed to have never changed. "How long are you planning on staying in Qingzhou City?" Qin Yi asked softly. "I don't know," said Yi Futian with a smile. "Maybe for the rest of my life. If he was buried here, it would count as the rest of his life." Well, no matter how long you stay, I'll be here with you, said Qin. Yi Futian smiled warmly. Qin Yi was still the same old Qin. She had not changed a bit. You're still the same. You haven't gotten married yet. Yi Futian was feeling a little better, and so he made a joke. Then I won't get married, she replied with a smile. Everyone who witnessed this scene was moved. Qin Yi was even more famous in Qingzhou City than Feng Qingxue. She was not only the vice college chief of Qingzhou Academy, but she was also the daughter of General Qin. Many men had pursued her over the years, but she had ignored them all. But now she was hugging that white-haired man in the boat. Feng Qingxue also seemed to have an uncommon relationship with him, but Yang Xiu did not seem to mind. This was simply strange. Everyone tried to guess who this white-haired man was. Soon there was shocking news. Someone finally recognized Yi Futian. This handsome white-haired youth who had lived by Qingzhou Lake for the past few days was the all-powerful Yi Futian. The legend had returned, but his hair had turned white. People gasped incessantly at the news. This shocking news swept through the city quickly. Many people guessed that something must have happened. He and his white hair had returned to Qingzhou City and taken up residence beside the lake. Many people speculated that he had met with disaster in the outside world, had been defeated by someone stronger and had thus been driven out. Others thought that it had something to do with Hua Jiyu, who they had not seen yet. Could it be that he had met a powerful foe? Some malicious people even speculated that someone had stolen Hua Jiyu away from him because she was so beautiful, which had led to Yi Futian's current depression and to the deterioration of his cultivation. This had caused his white hair. The hero had entered the twilight of his life and had returned home. Most people did not believe these speculations, except for the fact that Yi Futian had abandoned his cultivation and thus was at the end of his career. As for Hua Jiyu, if something had happened to her, then that may indeed have caused Yi Futian to be like this. Yi Futian did not pay attention to any of their speculations. He didn't care. Perhaps he had already developed a habit. He lived his life in a regulated manner, repeating his monotonous pattern every day. However, every day when he went to Qingzhou City to play the guqin, Qin Yi was there. Sometimes Feng Qingxue would go as well, along with General Qin and Uncle Feng. Of course, more and more people were coming to listen to him play on the shores of Qingzhou Lake. They all wanted to see the former legend. But because it had already been 10 years, some of the younger people only knew of his legend from the stories that their elders told. Time passed by without anyone noticing, until one day Yi Futian's peace was shattered. A brilliant sword will descended into the courtyard of the house where he was staying. A divine sword appeared with the college chief on it as well as two other figures, Yu Sheng and Lulan Shui. They had come with the village chief. Hua Fenglu gazed at the village chief. Since Yu Sheng and Lulan Shui had left the palace, what about the palace itself? Emperor Xia summoned all the saints who were there that day, and they all got to meet with him. I was there as well, said the village chief. The ban has been lifted. All the saints of the 9 states can act freely. Yi Futian frowned, and a strange look came over his face. Could the ban have been so silently lifted? Then what about him? Emperor Xia ordered that the people who were at the palace that day must not let a single word get out. Otherwise, their holy land will disappear, just like Jisheng Cliffs. Same with the palace, said the village chief. Now, all the 9 states were inquiring after news of the battle. But Emperor Xia's order had completely locked down all news. If the news got out from one of the holy lands, Emperor Xia would send people to wipe them out. The people of the 9 states knew the outcome of the battle, but they did not know the process. Chapter 999. Upon hearing what the village chief said, Yi Futian was silent for a while. The ban had been lifted. Emperor Xia had personally summoned all the saints to the upper realms and ordered them not to let any news of the battle get out. Otherwise, their holy land would be destroyed. Upon hearing what the village chief said, Yi Futian was silent for a while. The ban had been lifted. Emperor Xia had personally summoned all the saints to the upper realms and ordered them not to let any news of the battle get out. Otherwise, their holy land would be destroyed. The people from the holy lands may not have known the specific reason, but they knew that it had to be related to Emperor Xia. Otherwise, Why would it be worth it for him to take such an active stance on it? A sacred war had broken out, and with merely a word, Emperor Xia had gotten rid of all the rules. Since Emperor Xia had summoned the saints, everyone was paying close attention, but who would dare to spread rumors? This would not just affect an individual, but their entire holy land. Once Emperor Xia discovered which holy land the rumor had come from, he would make it disappear. Futian did not understand why Emperor Xia would do this. Was the reason for him sealing off all the news that he did not want to kill him? He didn't understand. What was behind all this? Although Emperor Xia controlled an entire realm, he could not be compared with Donghuang the Great. Twice in the past, Donghuang the Great had sent cultivators to seize people, and he did not believe that Emperor Xia did not know about those incidents. He couldn't even say for sure if Emperor Xia had been involved or not. So why had no one come to seize him this time? Maybe they just hadn't arrived yet? After all, if Emperor Xia wanted to seize him while he was in the 9 states, he could do it at any time he wanted. In addition, Emperor Xia has disposed of Jisheng Cliffs, striking its name from the holy lands of Yu State, and has given control over it to Stone Saint. Xia Sheng has also imprisoned Saint Ji for 10 years. For those 10 years, he will not be permitted to leave the Hall of Holy Light, continued the village chief. Jisheng Cliffs had lost both their saints and their status as a holy land. They had been punished for Saint Ji's betrayal of Emperor Xia's rules. Saint Ji had blocked Emperor Xia when Saint Ji had broken his rules. And for that he had been imprisoned for 10 years. Then who were those 9 people? And who asked Saint Ji to get involved? Were they people from the upper realms? Saint Ji had been at the Saint Plain, and not the beginning of it either. So Futian would not believe it if someone had said he had not had a reason to try and trade his life with his. Those 9 cultivators must not have been from Jisheng Cliffs. The village chief shook his head. Emperor Xia has probably investigated this and already knows, but we haven't had any concrete news of this. Futian nodded and said nothing. After the saints returned from the upper worlds, the Holy Lands called together all those who had participated in the battle and did not let cultivators who do not belong to a Holy Land leave for several days. They had probably already gotten their stories straight for when Emperor Xia questioned them. Saint Ji, Saint Shihua, and the 6 great Holy Lands also gathered together, so they probably know the threat, continued the village chief. The 6 Holy Lands lost a lot of their vitality in the battle. In Qi State, the Qi clan has grabbed a lot of land from the Hall of Holy Light. Some of the top forces in Qi State have begun moving closer to the Qi clan, which has alienated the Hall of Holy Light, purposefully or not. In addition, the forces that are near to the territories of the 6 great Holy Lands are nervous, so it will probably be impossible for them to raise an army to start a war like they did. Futian naturally understood that when the 7 great Holy Lands joined forces and surrounded the Holy Ji Palace, the people of the 9 states had thought the palace would be destroyed. The forces under the control of the 7 Holy Lands had followed along, hoping to gain some benefits for themselves. But after the battle, those that had fought knew what had gone wrong, and those that had not fought no longer dared to target the Holy Ji Palace. Such was the influence of that battle. Many of the Holy Lands were now nervous, but some were ready to act. For example, the Qi clan saw that the Hall of Holy Light had lost a lot of power and had made an enemy of the palace, and Saint Ji had been imprisoned by Emperor Xia. Such an opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime event. Everyone could feel that the situation in the 9 states had changed, and these changes might spread throughout the world. Now, the Barren State, which had once been the weakest of the 9 states, had 4 saints. There was number 12 on the saints' ranking, Saint Jiang, and Yaya, who had started the sword matrix that had killed Saint Ji. Those who had participated in the battle assumed that she possessed the spirit from Nether Sword Mound, and it was no simple sword spirit. In addition, there were the village chief and Dozhan. Only the Holy Ji Palace had 4 saints. As for those under the Saint Plain, Futian had not been killed. He was worth an army by himself, as no one could stand against him on the battlefield. How could the 6 Holy Lands not be panicking? "When will you return?" asked the village chief. Futian closed his eyes. When would he return? The ban had been lifted, but had the danger to him been lifted? He didn't know. He looked at his master and his sworn sister and whispered, "You go on back. I want to spend a few days at peace." "The mistress asked me to follow you," said the village chief. Yi Futian had no one who could oppose him below the saint level, but if those holy lands did something reckless like Saint Ji had done, it wouldn't be good. It would be safer to just watch him. Other than top forces like Saint Shihua and the great Zhou sacred king, who if they wanted to trade their lives for his he couldn't stop them, he was probably safe. And even they would probably not do that. "Looks like Yaya still sees me as her brother," said Yi Futian with a warm smile. A strange look came over the village chief's face. "There's one more thing." After the saints came back, the great Zhou sacred king and Saint Shihua took a trip to Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, but Glass Saint had protected it against them, so they left early. In addition, all the cultivators of the temple were nowhere to be found, he said. Yi Futian knew of the great Zhou sacred king's obsession. Nowadays, they couldn't easily defeat the palace. Even though they had saints, with Yaya and Saint Jiang stationed in the palace, and them lacking Saint Ji, they wouldn't dare make a move. After all, no one knew just how powerful Yaya was. So they had to pick on the weakest saint, Glass Saint. Yi Futian did not return but stayed in Qingzhou City. He lived just as he had before. Perhaps it had already become a habit to him. But what was different than before was that he finally once again started cultivating. Every morning he practiced martial arts, meditation, sensing the rule power of heaven and earth, and he would occasionally even practice with the halberd. During the day he would talk with his master and sworn sister, play chess, or take a leisurely walk around the city. At night he would go to the lake. He spent several months in this simple way. The master and his sworn sister were finally willing to go out into the city with him, and these trivial little strolls made him feel better bit by bit. Of course, he understood that his master and teacher would never forget about Jiu. He was the same way, so he could understand their feelings. He didn't leave because he had a good reason to stay. He hoped that one day he would not completely forget her, but would be able to let her go as much as possible and find another reason to live. The 10,017th year of the divine prefecture calendar gradually came to an end, and at the end of the year, the atmosphere of Qingzhou City became more lively. Many people who had left their homes to train gradually made their way there. The end of every year was the most beautiful time in Qingzhou City, and this year was no exception. Lanterns shone brightly around the lake as boats traveled back and forth across it. On the shores, commoners were selling fireworks and snacks. After all, Qingzhou City was not like the outside world where everyone was a powerful cultivator. There were many common folks here. The melodious sound of a guqin playing carried across the lake. By now people were used to it. From time to time a small, brightly painted boat would drift past Yi Futian. The women in the boat would jeer at the white-robed youth, but there would, of course, be no response. They were used to it as well. This had become a routine for many people. Nowadays, there were fewer people talking about Yi Futian. People are forgetful. No matter how legendary he had been in the past, Yi Futian now was like a commoner. People forgot the stories about him, they just sighed for the end of a hero. They believed that he had met some enemy in the outside world who had ruined his cultivation, and thus he had returned to Qingzhou City to live in seclusion. Qin Yi and Feng Qingxue often came to the lakeside to talk with him, which made people trust their initial judgment even more. Many people were moved by this. Qin Yi and Feng Qingxue must have once had feelings for Yi Futian, otherwise, why would they be spending so much time by his side now? But some people laughed and said that Yang Xiu must be really generous. He did not seem to mind and even came with his wife to sit and listen to Yi Futian play the guqin. Some people even secretly said that he was not afraid of being cuckolded by Yi Futian. His song ended and Yi Futian put away his instrument. Behind him, a woman stepped forward and gently draped a cloak over his shoulders. The people around Qingzhou Lake who saw this said that Yi Futian was truly a legend. Even having fallen into this state, he was still surrounded by beautiful women. The woman who had placed the cloak on him had an outstanding aura. She had been with him all along these past few days. It was Lulan Shui. "Futian, the moon and stars are shining, and they're reflecting on the lake. Let's go out in the boat, okay?" said Qin Yi with a smile. "All right," said Yi Futian with a smile. Emperor Xia had not sent anyone to seize him, and it seemed like he did not plan to move against him. His mood had gradually improved over the past few days, and he was not as depressed as before. "Let's go find a boat," said Feng Qingxue, and she pulled Yang Xiu along with her. After a while, the two of them rowed out while the whole group enjoyed the scenery of the lake. Yi Futian laid in the bow of the boat, looking at the sky that was bright with stars. A few of the stars were extraordinarily bright. Some old people said that when people died they became stars. If the legend was true, then Jieyu must have been the brightest star. Wind blew across the lake. Yi Futian frowned slightly and then sat up. He looked forward and saw another boat coming towards them. A figure was standing at the front of the boat. Qin Yi and Feng Qingxue stopped talking when they saw this. It was a beautiful woman, so beautiful they could scarce believe it. She stood there calmly and seemed to eclipse the entire world. The woman stepped out of her boat and came towards them. Yu Sheng stood up and started forward, but Yi Futian waved his hand. The woman came up to him. "You should all be getting back." Yi Futian made a slight bow to Qin Yi and the others. "Let's go," whispered Yu Sheng. They were all worried, but they still got into the small boat and rowed away, looking at Yi Futian all the while. "When are you coming back?" the woman whispered as she sat beside Yi Futian. "How is it that you have time to come to this small city, Glass Saint?" Yi Futian looked at the enchanting beauty next to him. He was a little surprised. He had not expected Glass Saint to come here. "The 9 states are all waiting for news of you, but you are lying here in this small city, playing guqin and spending time with beautiful women. What a leisurely existence," said Glass Saint coldly. "What does that have to do with you?" said Yi Futian indifferently. "Nothing, of course. Many people died in the battle at the Holy Ji Palace, and their corpses are not yet cold. Your wife died for you. What are you even doing here? Wallowing in your grief? Turning your hair white to show your deep feelings?" said Glass Saint coldly. "What a happy life you have, spending it with beauties by the lake." Yi Futian's expression did not change, but the corner of his mouth hooked up in a sinister smile. He reached out and grabbed Glass Saint by her slender waist. She went stiff as she gazed at Yi Futian coldly. Yi Futian stared back at her and said, "Back at the Imperial Mausoleum I promised to take you into my harem. Are you so impatient for that?" Chapter 1000. The eyes of Glass Saint were cold, and she stared at Yi Futian. "You are so confident that I won't kill you?" The eyes of Glass Saint were cold, and she stared at Yi Futian. "You are so confident that I won't kill you?" Yi Futian, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, his body pressing closer a few more inches to the Glass Saint, said, "Suppose you want to enter my harem, do you think I am interested in you?" The two stared one to the other. The Glass Saint was filled with coldness, which made the surrounding temperature drop a few degrees. The lake under the boat even seemed to start freezing. Many people who were close to the lake couldn't help but shudder. How could it suddenly become this cold? Yi Futian seemed to not feeling it at all, pressing his lips ever closer to Glass Saint. She was getting colder and colder. Yi Futian said coldly next to her ear, "If Sister Glass Saint is asking for a favor, please pay attention to your attitude." When he finished speaking, the boat he sat on shattered. The two bodies fell downward, and Yi Futian stood up and stepped out to leave. Glass Saint had traveled extensively from the 9 states to this remote Qingzhou city not just to goad him. Now in the 9 states, there were many who wanted to kill him, and also many who were watching. Probably there would also be many who were waiting for him to return for revenge. And Glass Saint was bound to be the most eager one. Great Zhou Sacred King and Saint Shihua have left the 9 states for some time to go to the upper worlds. As for the reason for their visit, you should think about it yourself. Glass Saint also stood on top of the lake, coldly watching as Yi Futian gradually disappeared. The ban by Emperor Xia was lifted, and the dark tides rippled underneath the 9 states. Yi Futian retreated to the remotely located Qingzhou city because of the death of his wife and had refused to return to the 9 states. The people of Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple were still in exile. Even she did not dare to show herself easily, so the only way was for her to come to Qingzhou city. After all, She was not qualified to let Saint Jiang or the reincarnated sword saint of the void intervene on her behalf. Isn't this a much better attitude? Yi Futian's voice was transmitted into her ear, and the glass saint still appeared quite indifferent. However, although Yi Futian was extremely surly, she did not have any intention to kill him. In a flash, the glass saint disappeared but did not leave Qingzhou City, for she was still looking after the safety of Yi Futian. Not only could she not kill Yi Futian, but neither could anyone else. After they had left, there were boats traveling there, stunned by the sight of the smashed boat. The beauty of that woman was just breathtaking. Was Yi Futian that white-haired youth? Did they quarrel? Even though they were curious, but they could not see it clearly and did not know exactly what had happened. After Yi Futian received the message from the glass saint, he did not change his routine and disciplined life. It was still simple and without variation. Every night he still went to the lakeshore to enjoy the beauty of Qingzhou City. In the past few days he saw that many people had arrived in Qingzhou City, including many who were cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace. The ban imposed by Emperor Xia on the 9 states was not a great secret. People of the upper worlds would know about it if they came down. Even if Great Zhou's sacred king and Saint Shihua were willing to pay a great price, there would not be any saints who were willing to risk the displeasure of Emperor Xia to come down here to get rid of him. Then, the people who could be found by Great Zhou's sacred king and Saint Shihua must have only been sages, and those in this plane were not feared by him because of his cultivation at present. In a flash, the year 1977 of the Divine Prefecture calendar had come to an end. On this day, Qingzhou City was in a festive mood. Under the cover of night, Qingzhou City was illuminated as if it was daytime. 4 lower-level cultivators and civilians, each year's New Year's Eve was an extremely important day. They didn't have an extraordinarily long life expectancy, and they were not in the habit of going into year-long retreats like those who were cultivating in the higher realm. 1 year. In the land of 9 states, it was not possible to have an atmosphere of Qingzhou City. Yi Futian dined with the master, masteress, Yu Sheng and the others, and once again came to the shore of Qingzhou Lake. This day, Qingzhou Lake was full of fireworks. Its beauty was breathtaking. On this day at Qingzhou Lake, countless couples were holding hands to walk around the lake, enjoying this sweet but quiet time. Yi Futian walked casually. There were some who were playing the riddles and others playing tricks. In this instant, he seemed to have crossed time and space and returned to 18 years ago. This scene was so familiar. "Auntie, I would like a wishing lamp." Yi Futian walked to a stall. "Okay." The woman at the stall smiled and nodded, handing the wishing lamp to Yi Futian, and glanced at him. "How come a young man like you has all these white hairs? Don't think too much, it will age you." "Well, thank you, Auntie." Yi Futian smiled and took the wishing lamp, then came to the lake, putting the lamp into the lake. He then closed his eyes and made a wish. That day in the sacred war, Jiyu's physical body was destroyed, and her spirit drifted away. Hua Qingqing transmitted the message to him that all this was fate and that she would take care of Jiyu for him. Therefore, even though he knew the hope was slim, still he made a wish, hoping that Jiyu was still in this world, even if it was just as a spirit. Opening his eyes, Yi Futian looked up into the sky. The fireworks bloomed and bloomed, crossing the night sky like it was the most beautiful picture in the world. At this moment, Yi Futian felt as if a person was still standing next to him. That girl seemed to have never left, forever in his heart. Not far behind Yi Futian, Lulan Shui and Yu Sheng stood quietly there, keeping up with him. As a woman, Lulan Shui's feelings were more delicate, and she could perceive the emotions within Yi Futian's heart. She knew that Yi Futian must be reminiscing about the past between him and Hua Jiu. Did they met each other here or did they fell in love here? It was indeed really beautiful here. Looking up at the fireworks, a tear was at the corner of her eye. Why did she leave like this, leaving that man alone by the shore? Although she really wanted to walk over at the moment, standing next to him and accompanying him to appreciate the sight before them, she knew that she was not worthy. Even though he was alone, right now in his heart, next to him, there could only be that woman who would never appear again. In Qingzhou Lake, Qin Yi, General Qin, Feng Qingxue, Yang Xiu, and Feng Ruhai were also present. They were here at Qingzhou Lake for New Year's Eve, watching him, but did not disturb him. They all knew that this place contained memories that only belonged to him. 18 years ago today, we were at Uncle Ye's family gathering, and it was on that day that she came alone to find Futian. Feng Ruhai said quietly and seemed to have sunk into the memory of the past. He still remembered that they had wanted to make a match between Feng Qingxue and Futian that day, but that 16-year-old girl appeared, surprised everyone with her beauty, and left with Yi Futian. Presumably, that was the day she and Futian professed their love from one to the other. Well, 18 years ago today, it may have been the day when they fell in love. Feng Qingxue nodded lightly. Time passed by so quickly. Has it already been 18 years in a blink of an eye? Feng Ruhai whispered to himself, I hope that after today he can come out of his grief. Qingxue, if you have the opportunity to persuade him, say his place is not here. Yes. Feng Qingxue nodded in agreement. How come I feel a little cold? Feng Ruhai suddenly said, Am I getting old? Dad, I feel it too. It must be that it is cooler at night, Feng Qingxue said softly, but she vaguely felt that the coolness was not only on the surface but an unspeakable, odd feeling. At this time, there were endless pleasure boats cruising in the midst of Qingzhou Lake. In one of the most luxurious boats, a drifter-looking middle-aged man laid there and enjoyed himself. There were beautiful women playing music in front of him, and each of his arms was around a woman. These women were dressed scantily, and the softness of their skin could be felt clearly. A woman put the wine glass to the man's lips, and while he drank, his hands touched the woman without care. He even reached inside her skirt, which caused the woman to make a feigned protest, but her body leaned into him languidly. With a beauty in his arms, frolicking in the boat, it was tremendously delightful. With some lethargy, the middle-aged man carelessly looked up and glanced at a figure by the lakeside, where a white-haired youth stood there. In this instant, even though the middle-aged man was still smiling, his slightly squinted eyes seemed to have a flash of lightning, which the woman next to him was not aware of. The middle-aged man was an assassin codenamed Wu Ming, a most powerful assassin from the upper worlds, ranked second in the assassins' ranking list at the Sage Plane. Moreover, he was born of the Saint Plane in the upper worlds. Becoming an assassin was purely a challenge to himself in order to purify his own strength. He rarely accepted missions now because there were too few targets who were worthy of his time, but he was greatly interested in the target of this mission. Yi Futian, Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace in the 9 states, Holy Land of the Lower Worlds, a low-level sage who ventured into Jiutian Temple and conquered the 9 layers of heaven, dealt a crushing blow to defeat Pei Chenying, who was on the list of Jiutian ranking. In addition, there was also a battle record that took place at the Imperial Mausoleum of the Lower Worlds where he faced many of the top sages of the 9 states and demolished the 4 major sages of the Lower Worlds. After the 7 Holy Lands laid siege on the Holy Ji Palace, he was still not killed, but the news about that battle seemed to have been blocked by Emperor Xia. No one knew what had happened. Such a target instantly caught his attention. Nowadays, for anyone below the Saint Plane that he intended on killing, few would live. Even those on the Jiutian ranking of the upper worlds were the same. If it was not challenging enough, he would not be persuaded to come. Of course, besides being an interesting assignment, the rewards that the person who issued the mission was willing to pay were also shockingly rich. It broke the record of targets that were below Saint Plane and caused quite a stir. Wu Ming knew that he was the only one here today. In Qingzhou Lake, there were many who were here for the same purpose as him. But he was still confident that the person who killed Yi Futian would be him. At this time, on the shore of Qingzhou Lake, not only Feng Ruhai and the others had felt the coolness, many people did too. On the shore of the lake, Yi Futian looked at the fireworks in the sky and smiled brightly. Then he stopped smiling and looked down at Qingzhou Lake. Stepping out, Yi Futian had not played the guqin this day, but instead set foot on a boat. The boat drifted forward, like an arrow from a string, shot toward the center of the lake. He wanted to see just who could kill him. Chapter 1001. Yu Sheng saw Yi Futian quickly moving away in a single boat. He stepped into the lake, chasing it quickly with unimaginable speed. At the same time, there was a suffocating pressure permeating Qingzhou Lake. Whether it was Feng Ruhai or other tourists, they all felt that bone-piercing, biting coldness. The atmosphere was gone in an instant. Yusheng saw Yi Futian quickly moving away in a single boat. He stepped into the lake, chasing it quickly with unimaginable speed. At the same time, there was a suffocating pressure permeating Qingzhou Lake. Whether it was Feng Ruhai or other tourists, they all felt that bone-piercing, biting coldness. The atmosphere was gone in an instant. What a terrible aura! It was directed at Futian. On a ship, General Qin looked worriedly in the direction of Yi Futian, and Qin Yi, who was next to him, was the same. But under the aura of such a different level, they only felt their own powerlessness, unable to help in any way. The next moment, suffocating rules of pressure swept through Qingzhou Lake. Everyone felt it because this pressure was too great to ignore. Many figures crossed the void with a speed that was faster than the eyes could follow. Close the lake. Those who have nothing to do with this, leave quickly. A voice was heard throughout Qingzhou Lake, and in all directions of Qingzhou Lake, there were cultivators in the void. In only a short moment, different figures had taken different positions above the lake. Like gods, they stood tall in the sky. Any one of them was so strong that they were breathtaking. The person who spoke was Sword Demon. He had also come to Qingzhou City. Not only him, but many had also come to Qingzhou City today, including many elite figures. The Glass Saint knew that Saint Shihua and Great Zhou Sacred King had gone to the upper worlds, and so the Holy Ji Palace also knew of it. Yi Futian stopped, and the small boat floated in the center of Qingzhou Lake. His spiritual power permeated throughout the vast Qingzhou Lake. A terrible rules force enveloped the endless space, covering Qingzhou Lake. Time and space seemed to stand completely still. Even the fireworks in the sky were stopped at the moment. The beautiful picture actually stood fixed in the air, as if time had stopped flowing. Countless people were watching this scene in shock. They seemed to be able to hear the sound of their own hearts beating. What a terrible ability this was, to be able to make time and space stand still. They felt that they could not move. It was as everything had stopped. Was this really a power that could be released by a human? Suddenly, an extreme chill bloomed, and where Yi Futian was, the lake slowly iced up little by little, turning into an ice sculpture. This icy force spread toward Yi Futian, and in the moment following, Yi Futian could clearly feel a terrible intent of murder from the bottom of the lake, which had been hidden very well until just now. PSSSD. There was no loud sound, just a very subtle sound that came from the bottom of the lake. The water was split in two, and a blade of light that could cut through the void came from the lake. It was faster than light. When the sword came out, everything in the world seemed to have been cut by it. Before the sword even arrived, the sword had already opened a gap in the space, annihilating everything. Yi Futian's body flew high into the sky, and the space underneath his feet gave birth to a more powerful space freezing rules force that stopped everything. Even though this sword could cut through the space, it was still being slowed down. In that instant, Yusheng walked toward the blade of light, the axe in his hand directly smashing out. Another crack appeared in Qingzhou Lake, right down from the middle, and the water of the lake roared as it was being pushed on both sides. The blade of light was split opened by the axe, and the battle axe of judgment continued to strike down, opening up the lake. With a crisp sound, blood spurted out and stained the lake red. Someone who was in the lake was chopped in two. Great reward always attracted those who were willing, not to mention those who were top assassins of the upper worlds. They were themselves also extremely prideful, so that even though they had heard of Yi Futian's brilliant battle record, they still came. However, the first assassin who made a move was immediately chopped by Yusheng's axe. Yi Futian descended, and suddenly there was a storm of destruction surrounding him. Thousands of sword wills mangled and ran towards him in a murderous frenzy, but at this time, there was another who whisked out, approaching with incredible speed from the void. It was Qin Zhuang. He appeared right in front of a swordsman and unsheathed his sword. The clash between the two instantly gave birth to terribly destructive power, dispersing toward Qingzhou Lake. Several cultivators were shocked, for the sword will itself was enough to kill them. Sword wills came at those who were in the lake, but at this time, a terrible spiritual will descended. Whenever the sword will was threatening their lives, the powerful telekinesis power descended and destroyed it. A number of cultivators appeared, and several rushed toward Futian, but they saw that among those who visited the lake at this time, many cultivators now stepped out. Judging from their aura, they were all top-level sages whose powers were astounding. Loud booming sounds rumbled. In front of Futian was a figure that quickly expanded and enlarged, turning into a huge golden giant ape. With a loud roar that shook the world, many boats were toppled over, and some even fell into the water. The lake roiled and roared like the end of days. As they looked toward the immense body of the golden ape, the shock in their hearts was boundless. A cultivator came forward and collided directly with the golden ape. The lake was rolling and howling. The people at Qingzhou Lake felt a little numb. Today was the last day of the year and countless people came to the lake to celebrate. Suddenly there were great figures all around, standing like demon gods. It was something that far exceeded their imagination. It seemed that they were here to kill Futian. Futian's body landed back on the lake. He looked calmly at the battles that exploded around him. If it weren't for the arrival of these assassins today, he would not have known that so many people from the Holy Ji Palace had come to Qingzhou City, as they had not bothered him before. A glance at the battles revealed that a strong rule power shrouded the entire battlefield. These killers were not weaklings. Even at Qin Zhuang and Yuan Hong's level, the opponents were not afraid of front confrontation. "Yu Xing, clean it up," Futian said, and Yu Xing nodded in acknowledgement, then walked out to join the battles that were all around them. Suddenly, there was a fog upon Qingzhou Lake. The fog was so dense that everyone's line of sight became blurred, and it was hard to see. A boat rushed toward Futian, and a middle-aged man came from the sky. In the next moment, there were many shadows appearing in the fog around Futian. Those shadows were all of one person, but they seemed to be everywhere. Futian stretched his hand and waved. A terrible storm immediately swept out and annihilated those illusory shadows. However, he felt that these shadows seemed to have been branded in his mind everywhere at the same time and could not be expelled. Spiritual illusion, Futian said to himself, and branded the picture into the spiritual will so that it could not be erased. His eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, like golden lightning blooming. An extremely powerful and destructive spiritual power shot out and collided with that invisible force. The power seemed to be able to break the other's spiritual power, a disconnect with the outside world, and lowered the perception of heaven and earth. Naturally, its full strength could not be exerted, and even more terribly, the reaction time slowed down considerably. Those illusions all drifted toward Futian, who simply glanced at them with indifference. He still floated quietly upon the lake, without moving. A strong sense of danger came to him, and he knew that the killer move lay within the shadows that could not be erased, and the other would use them to approach him undetected. Being approached by a powerful killer was naturally a very dangerous matter. However, Futian seemed not to feel the danger. In his hand, the halberd of time and space appeared. Before Wu Ming arrived, the halberd of time and space in Futian's hands had already slowly moved in front of him. Many of the illusions of Wu Ming had a sneer hung at the corner of his mouth. So, he thought he could hit him? A horrible storm was born. It was suffocating. The halberd of time and space pierced straight ahead as if it were piercing into the void. In the next moment, Futian took a step forward and his body disappeared right where he was. Space rules, moving in an instant, crossed the void in one step. The devastating storm stabbed at one of the figures, and the look on that figure suddenly turned in great horror. The halberd of time and space had already struck out, and at the moment of Futian's arrival, it exploded with perfect timing. Boom! The storm of destruction bloomed, and the body of Wu Ming became illusory in the storm, and his eyes revealed extreme fear. With his strength, of cultivators who were below St. Plain, there were few that couldn't be killed by him. But today, why was he being killed in one blow without having released his own true strength? Space shredding, space shifting, space freezing. Futian seemed to have comprehended them all. Just how had he known his true location? Wu Ming did not understand. However, he did not need to understand. Yi Futian's eyes were completely calm when Wu Ming's body exploded and disappeared. It pulverized into nothingness. He put away the halberd of time and space, the surrounding illusion disappeared, and Yi Futian once again landed on the lake, surveying the battles that were around him. This was hunting with an obvious outcome. These assassins thought that they were here to hunt and kill another, but they were, in turn, hunted by the people of the Holy Ji Palace. As powerful as the palace was strong, even if they were cultivators from the upper worlds, top assassins right under the Saint Plain, how could they win? It didn't take long for the battlefield to quiet down. As suddenly as it came, it quickly ended. Yi Futian stepped onto a simple boat in the lake and headed back. On Qingzhou Lake, many gazes fell on Yi Futian, and their hearts were extremely turbulent. Were all these cultivators here for Yi Futian? Please, Palace Lord. Please return to the palace. A voice was heard and resounded above the land. Yi Futian stopped and looked up at Sword Demon. Palace Lord, please return to the palace. Another voice spoke. It was Qin Zhuang. On Qingzhou Lake, except for this, it was completely silent. Please, Palace Lord. Please return to the palace. In the void, another figure appeared in the sky, just like a god, and it was Dozhan. Across the sky, above Qingzhou Lake, there were over 100 cultivators equals. Among them, there were those that Yi Futian was familiar with and some with whom he was not so familiar, but they were all cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace. At this time, these figures all kneeled on one knee, and their eyes looked down at Yi Futian below. They said loudly, Palace Lord, please return to the palace. Palace Lord, please return to the palace. All these voices sounded throughout heaven and earth. It was as if all of Qingzhou City at this moment was reduced to this thunderous voice. Yi Futian looked at them, and as he turned his head, he saw the people who came toward him. It was the village chief, the master, and the masteress. Futian, go back, Hua Fenglu whispered. He knew that Yi Futian had stayed not only because of Jieyu but also because of him and Nandu Wenin. On Qingzhou Lake, the white-haired youth looked at Hua Fenglu, then he kneeled on both knees and kowtowed 3 times to Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wenin. He then got up and looked up into the void, saying, back to the palace. As he finished speaking, his body went straight into the sky. Chapter 1002, Spring, Year 10018 of Divine Prefecture Calendar. Yi Futian, Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, had returned. Things became rather unsettling throughout the 9 states in an instant, and it was especially dire for the 6 holy lands that participated in the attempted raising of the Holy Ji Palace. Many felt restless about the news. Spring, Year 10018 of Divine Prefecture Calendar. Yi Futian, Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, had returned. Things became rather unsettling throughout the 9 states in an instant, and it was especially dire for the 6 holy lands that participated in the attempted raising of the Holy Ji Palace. Many felt restless about the news. The saint of the Hall of Holy Light was probably the only one capable of suppressing the Holy Ji Palace. The remaining 5, even Shihua Sacred Mountain, which had 3 saints in their ranks, were probably incapable of going up against the Holy Ji Palace. Presently, there were 4 saints in the Holy Ji Palace. Yaya's powers were unknown, but Saint Jiang was ranked 12th on the saint ranking, capable of easily overpowering Saint Shihua. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had 2 saints and they were somewhat weaker. The saints of the 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean were even less powerful than the 2 in the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. That was how things were with Saint Plain figures. As for the sages, there was Yi Futian. No holy lands throughout the entire 9 states could say that they were capable of overpowering the Holy Ji Palace. Many spies from the 6 holy lands gathered in Zhongzhou City, keeping a close eye on the movements of the Holy Ji Palace. The 6 holy lands would make preparations as soon as anything funny from the Holy Ji Palace was detected. However, nothing happened after Yi Futian returned to the Holy Ji Palace. It was as if he had never returned in the first place. Things were as quiet as a still lake. There were no cases of mobilizing grand armies to take out the other 6 as imagined by all throughout the 9 states. The Holy Ji Palace was already rebuilt and looked even grander and more magnificent than it had been before. Towering palaces stood proudly within the Holy Land's vicinity. About a year had passed since the great battle had taken place at the palace. The Holy Ji Palace was gradually restored in many ways. While there had been many people lost in that great battle, all the other key figures, with the exception of the palace lord's wife, were still around. They had grown considerably since that great battle. War, as well as life and death situations, were the best form of baptism that a cultivator could receive. No one doubted the fact that the Holy Ji Palace would get increasingly powerful in the coming days. Yi Futian and all the people closest to him were still growing after all. Furthermore, they had taken quite a number of divine implements from the sacred war. Yi Futian settled down and began training in isolation after he returned. To him, the most important thing had always been training. He did not mobilize his forces to take out Shihua Sacred Mountain or the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty right away. The 6 Holy Lands would receive news of his return as soon as he returned, which would only make act on guard against him. If he were to mobilize his forces and strike them at such a juncture, he would probably end up achieving little to nothing. Time passed and it had been over half a year since his return. Autumn had a bleak feeling to it. A figure clad in white was seen sitting at a palace within the Holy Sage Pavilion. Mystical aura seemed to be in the air around him. It seemed as if one would also be shrouded in the aura as soon as they got near, sensing the mighty power of rules and be rendered under its control. Light footsteps were heard as 2 figures were seen standing not far away behind Yi Futian. They were a man and a woman. Both of them were of exceptional bearing. The man was handsome while the woman beautiful. They did not disturb Yi Futian and simply stood there, waiting without making a sound. Some time passed and the wind blew. Yi Futian opened his eyes and stood up. "The medicines are ready. You can begin testing with them now," Su Chehan said while facing Yi Futian's back. He then thought as he looked at Yi Futian's silhouette that it was truly no longer possible for him to kill Yi Futian. But then again, he had no intentions of killing Yi Futian. Or rather, he held some feelings of gratitude for him. If it had not been for Yi Futian, Su Chehan probably still would not understand his teacher's good intentions as well as Little Butterfly's thoughts. "How are Yu Sheng and the Condor doing?" Yi Futian turned around and asked Su Chehan. "Both of them are doing fine. The medicines that Yu Sheng is using were not of lesser strength compared to what you've tested with, but his physical body is incredibly strong. As for the Condor, we've been finding out ways to boost his constitution," Su Chehan replied. "Let's go have a look then," Yi Futian said. Su Chehan and Little Butterfly both nodded. They took the lead and came before the medicine pool area, a place that was built as soon as Saint Jiang announced his intention to join the Holy Ji Palace's ranks. Yi Futian had built a herb palace for Saint Jiang as soon as he returned. Saint Jiang was naturally granted with the position of a saint elder of the Holy Ji Palace, enjoying a privileged status. Yi Futian had no reason to afford anything other than the highest form of respect for a mighty one who was ranked 12th on the saint ranking, who was willing to join the ranks of the Holy Ji Palace. Even though the herb palace consisted only of 3 members, it was a place all on its own. However, the medicine pools were already built while Yi Futian was still in Qingzhou City, and furthermore, the pools were inside the Holy Sage Pavilion. As such, the herb palace was actually found within the vicinity of the Holy Sage Pavilion. Yi Futian voiced his intentions to find another place to get the herb palace built but was quickly shot down by Saint Jiang as the latter deemed it too much of a hassle to move again. Furthermore, the herb palace had only 3 members and they were not taking up much space in the first place. The place was mainly set up for growing herbs after all. They came to a pool and saw terrifying currents swirling within, like boundless lightning was flashing. A huge demonic beast was sitting in the pool, and it was none other than the black-winged condor. However, his black feathers were gleaming with a tinge of golden shimmer, every single feather looking as sharp as blades. Its eyes spoke of tremendous ferocity, like the eyes of demons. Its huge, sharp talons looked stout and powerful, shining with a golden sheen as well. A common black-winged condor seemed to have been imbued with the power of the rock. The herbs that the bird is using are all overseen by teacher. Other than herbs serving to temper its physical body and its spiritual powers, there is also the blood of precious demonic beasts, the blood of the rock, as well as the blood of the golden dragon mixed within the herbs. Pills that are meant to help with demonic beast advancement are also used. Furthermore, due to possessing development on par with yours due to sharing a mental connection with you, its current powers are probably unmatched by any below the Saint plane, Little Butterfly elaborated. Thank you for the hard work, Yi Futian said. It was not only him who was testing medicine in the Herb Palace. Yu Sheng, the bird, Jioga, Wuchen, and all others were joining the ranks of medical testing, becoming the first batch of testers within the Holy Ji Palace. It went without saying that they would not be tested using the most extreme herbs as Yi Futian had. Their individual conditions would be taken into consideration and strengthened accordingly. The pace of such strengthening was to be decided with the eventual results from Yi Futian's sessions. Yi Futian was the first who succeeded. Saint Jiang needed to observe the final results of medical testing from him. Let's go then, Yi Futian said, then walked to the pool prepped for him. His training was at mid-level Archmage plane at the moment. The herbs used for testing had never been watered down even once, and they had been something that Saint Jiang had prepared a long time ago. Yi Futian walked into the pool and a thundering rumble was soon heard from within the pool, sounding very terrifying. Yi Futian went through a whole new round of medical testing within the next 81 days. Terrifying flashes of lightning were seen raging within the medicine pool area after the 81 days were over. Many looked in Yi Futian's direction and saw destructive powers appearing above the area, like thundering calamity of the great path out to destroy everything as they were cast downwards. Many shuddered after sensing how terrifying said power was. Some power at work indeed. The noises disappeared after a while and a silhouette was seen shooting up to the sky. Terrifying lightning raged about the air around him like beams of calamity. His silver hair billowed and every single strand felt like blades. It's a success. The people of the Holy Ji Palace naturally knew what Yi Futian had been doing for the past several months. Saint Jiang looked at Yi Futian's silhouette from a tower and felt that there was finally one who succeeded. The medical testing processes were incredibly perilous. His final goal was to free all cultivators in the world from the looming danger of divine calamities, so he definitely had no intention of seeing anyone dying during the medical testing processes. The endeavors would have been utterly meaningless otherwise. As such, he needed to prove two matters. 1, someone needed to be able to reach the goal limit that he had set, and 2, it was to see if said someone who succeeded would have been able to ignore divine calamities as expected. Only by being able to prove those two matters that he would have been able to keep working in that direction, enabling the tester to keep breaking their personal limits and reaching the standard he set. At present, it was to see how far Yi Futian had come. Yi Futian's eyes opened slightly while he was in the air and gave several orders. Within that instant, a demonic beast was circling above the place within the summer state where the Yu clan mighty ones were, which then was heard saying, Yi Futian of the Holy Ji Palace would like to invite Senior Moon Saint to lead the army into Shihua Sacred Mountain. Done, the Moon Saint replied with a single word and mobilized the forces of the Yu clan. At the very same moment, the Glass Saint and the mighty ones of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple were within a dilapidated palace within a small city in the eastern state. There was a demonic beast flying from far away at that moment, circling high above. The Glass Saint took a look at that demonic beast and knew right away that it belonged to Yi Futian. She sent word to the Holy Ji Palace after he returned, telling him of her whereabouts, and then a demonic beast found a way to her. Let's go. We're heading to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, the demonic beast uttered in human speech with a tinge of coldness in its voice, sounding like Yi Futian's own voice. The Glass Saint's hair billowed and her eyes were on the demonic beast. She then shut her eyes and felt mystical tranquility in her mind. So this day is finally here. Hopefully, Zhou Jiming will end up dead today. Yi Futian opened his eyes wide within the Holy Ji Palace. His body hovered high in the air within the palace as he said with a brimming voice, I'd like Saint Jiang and teacher to lead an army of sages to Shihua Sacred Mountain. Will do, Saint Jiang said plainly. At that moment, fighting spirit was sensed from every single person within the Holy Ji Palace. It's payback time, huh? They had all been waiting for that day to come for a very long time. One figure after another took to the air. The army was gathered and ready to head towards Shihua Sacred Mountain. Yi Futian flashed and appeared somewhere else. Yaya and the village chief were seen standing there, looking up at Yi Futian. How about a trip to the great Zhou sacred dynasty? Yi Futian said to Yaya. Yaya's clear eyes gazed on the silver-haired figure in the air and nodded lightly. That was her reply. She quickly took to the air and the village chief followed right behind her. Swordsmen of the Holy Ji Palace, assemble, Yi Futian said with a brimming voice. Sword will that reached the skies was felt in an instant. One swordsman after another took to the air and gathered around. Qin Zhuang, the sword demon, Su Shang, Yi Wuchen, Su Ke and other swordsmen of the Holy Ji Palace were all there. Let's go. We're heading to the great Zhou sacred dynasty, Yi Futian then uttered. Chapter 1003. The regal, magnificent royal place stood tall in the holy capital of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Sunlight shone on the ancient buildings, casting holy, golden glimmer throughout the place. The place was vast, regal and solemn. The palace of the sacred king stood tall above the steps. That was where the Zhou sacred king, sovereign of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, trained. The regal, magnificent royal place stood tall in the holy capital of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Sunlight shone on the ancient buildings, casting holy, golden glimmer throughout the place. The place was vast, regal and solemn. The palace of the sacred king stood tall above the steps. That was where the Zhou sacred king, sovereign of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, trained. There were seraglios at the back of that palace. Things were getting rather exciting on the bed within the lapis lazuli palace. The sacred king was inside the palace and a white jade-like body was coiled around him like a water snake. Her alluring appearance, supple skin, and a pair of enticing eyes made her a fine specimen that few women could compare with. Few like her existed throughout the entire eastern state, yet she was seen giving her all to serve the figure on the bed. Am I not pretty? A light, enticing voice said. The sacred king looked at her calmly and his hands caressed her supple skin, as if he would have been able to squeeze the life out of her. So you want another go then? The sacred king said plainly. It would be my honor, your majesty. Her eyes were foxy and alluring. Well then, I shall indulge you one last time, the sacred king said plainly and C looked puzzled. The king then turned around, looking at C as if he was looking at the glass saint. C ceased thinking as she descended into pleasurable frenzy with the sacred king. The sacred king walked out of the bedchambers after a while. C remained lying quietly on the bed. A thin blanket covered her body. Her beautiful eyes were shut forever, and she would never awaken from her slumber again. The sacred king came to the steps leading to the palace. He stood at the top of the steps and gazed upon the sacred king palace. Magnificent buildings stood tall within the vast vicinity of the royal palace, looking regal and solemn. The place had once been the most powerful seat in the entire eastern state. The great Zhou sacred dynasty had once ruled all over the eastern state. Zhou Jiming gained renown at a young age and displayed unparalleled talents, getting titled as crown prince very young. He had an ambition of bringing a renaissance to the great Zhou sacred dynasty, uniting the entire eastern state under one rule again. He was born as a leading figure of the 9 states. He was bold and unrestrained. No one was able to stand in his way if he intended to get something done. No one was able to escape if he intended to kill them. However, there was a woman that he intended to get his hands on, and he had never gotten her. Furthermore, the sacred dynasty suffered considerably due to that woman. His father perished and his own path to sainthood had once been blocked by that woman. He met obstacles for the first time at the hands of the glass saint, letting him know that he, Zhou Jiming, had things that he was unable to get done and women that he was unable to get his hands on. As such, the glass saint became an obsession of his. He then encountered yet another person, Yi Futian. a sage who had once been little more than an ant before him and who dared to defy his wishes. That sage even ordered to kill the mighty ones of the great Zhou sacred dynasty right before him. The sacred king once thought that the ant of a person would have been plunged into regret for his life so long as the sacred king gave the order. The sacred war broke out and the sacred king's forces went out to destroy the holy Ji palace. However, the first battle of the sacred war failed. They lost. The first loss suffered by the sacred dynasty led to the string of events that followed. The holy Ji palace grew in power in the following sacred war battles. The sage, who had been like an ant before him, someone that he would have never even batted an eye for, came to become a threat to him and a threat to the great Zhou sacred dynasty. All of that sounded pathetically laughable, yet it was how things truly went. Two figures were seen at the sacred king's side. They were none other than the other saint of the sacred dynasty, Zhou Yanwang, and brother of the sacred king, Zhou Mian. The three were currently the most powerful figures to be found in the sacred dynasty, both in terms of status and actual combat prowess. Yi Futian brought only the swordsmen of the holy Ji palace then? The sacred king asked. Indeed. Zhou Yanwang nodded and continued. All the others went to Shihua sacred mountain. The forces of the holy Ji palace did not bother to cover their tracks. So he's trying to take on the sages of the great Zhou sacred dynasty all on his own then? The sacred king said coldly. It had been a year since the last battle and Yi Futian had grown stronger. However, the palace lord remained just as unrestrained and boisterous, bringing only the swordsmen of the holy Ji palace to attack the great Zhou sacred dynasty. It is extremely possible that the girl named Yaya is a reincarnation of the sword saint of the void. Would you like to avoid them for the moment, sacred king? Zhou Mian advised. Both the sacred king and Zhou Yanwang still had the option to flee. The sacred king did not reply to Zhou Mian's words. His eyes remained looking forward. There are many holy lands throughout the 9 states and there are many saints as well. The saints of the holy Ji palace could flee, the glass saint could flee, but not me, Zhou Jiming. Intense pride and arrogance were seen within the sacred king's eyes as he continued, I'm the sacred king of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Everyone within the sacred dynasty can flee, but not me, Zhou Jiming. The great Zhou sacred dynasty stood tall in the eastern state for many years and had once reigned supreme throughout the eastern state. The glass saint was able to disband the lapis lazuli holy temple and flee, but it was not an option for him. A disbanded sacred dynasty could have no longer been called a sacred dynasty after all. Yi Futian came for the great Zhou sacred dynasty that day. If he were to run, the Zhou sacred king would be rendered a pathetic loser. There were only 2 saints coming for him at the moment. There was no way that he, the sacred king fighting with the home advantage, could have just run without a fight. Relay my orders. All personnel of the great Zhou sacred dynasty are to head to their stations and prepare for battle, the sacred king said in a powerful voice, which resounded throughout the entire royal palace. Countless shook violently upon hearing his orders. So the battle is on then? Many thought. You all have only one mission in the upcoming battle, and that is to kill Yi Futian, the sacred king said coldly with intense killing intent burning in his eyes. If the assassins were unable to get the job done, then the people of the great Zhou sacred dynasty would be the ones to end him. If they proved incapable of doing so, then the sacred king himself would finish the job. Even if he happened to fail, then there were still Zhou Ye, Zhou Yu, and the others who had begun their journey of leaving the 9 states. They were to leave the 9 states, the lands under the rule of Emperor Xia. If the great Zhou sacred dynasty were to perish, then Zhou Ye and the others would kill Yi Futian by borrowing the powers of others from Emperor Li's realm. Yi Futian needed to die, regardless of the cost. Yi Futian should have felt proud for being able to make Zhou Jiming make such decisions. The wind blew and the golden robes on the sacred king billowed. The golden dragon's image on the robe looked as if it was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, looking overbearing and unrestrained, just like how the sacred king was at the moment. Yi Futian of the Holy Ji Palace was able to face the allied forces of 7 holy lands and stand his ground. He would have ended up dead if he had lost. If Zhou Jiming were to run, it would have made him, the sacred king of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, someone beneath Yi Futian. He wanted to see if Yi Futian would be able to leave the royal palace of the sacred dynasty alive. Get into formation. I shall see if the return of the sword saint of the void will be able to break the great matrix of the sacred dynasty, the sacred king said with a cold, aloof voice. One figure after another flashed about within the royal palace, taking their stations and preparing for a fight. All sages were getting ready to fight. The aura of the sheer number of people getting ready for battle shot to the sky. The battle over a year ago had him sending only the elite Golden Phoenix battle matrix due to being harassed by the ones from the lapis lazuli holy temple. As a result, he suffered the least losses among the participating forces, and he still possessed extremely powerful armies under his command. Will Yi Futian be able to kill them all with just a bunch of swordsmen? A sword flew by above the great Zhou sacred dynasty's holy capital, drawing streaks that emanated terrifying sword will in the air. The speed of the sword was incredibly fast as they zipped by in the air, heading all the way into the holy capital. Countless watched with their hearts racing. Who is here? The sword seemed to be heading towards the royal palace. Yaya, the village chief, Yi Futian, Qin Zhuang, and others stood on the sword as it zipped past the air. Fierce winds beat on their bodies, rustling their clothes and making them sound as if they were howling. Yi Futian kept his eyes forward. A group of people appeared from another direction, the glass saints with her group of mighty ones from the lapis lazuli holy temple. Yi Futian and the glass saint exchanged looks and turned their eyes forward again, heading straight for their shared destination. They arrived the royal palace shortly, with their eyes on the very ancient royal palace of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Extremely dazzling golden screens of light shrouded the space at the moment, turning into an incredibly huge shadow of the phoenix. It was none other than the great matrix of the sacred dynasty. The sacred king stood before the hall of the royal palace, looking up at them. Glass saint. The sacred king looked at the glass saint with cold eyes. She had actually come for his head with Yi Futian. Zhou Jiming. The glass saint's hair billowed and the love destroyer appeared in her hand. The sword was as cold as frost as it emanated strong killing intent. Yaya moved forward and appeared above the matrix with the village chief right behind her. The sacred king looked at Yaya and thought that all the ruckus now started with that one order that he gave all those years ago, to kill the girl's parents. Yaya too looked at the sacred king. Her eyes were filled with cold killing intent as well. Her eyes then turned extremely demonic. It was as if a bloody sword appeared in the air and swept up the place with thick sword will. A storm of sword aura whipped up with Yaya at the center. She looked up at the sky for a bit. There seemed to be a bloody sword within her blood-colored eyes. A bloody eye appeared in the sky. Boundless sword will from their surroundings coursed rapidly within that instant, gathering around her body and growing in strength. A sword diagram appeared in the air, devouring sword aura from all directions. The storm grew increasingly intense, sweeping about the place as it headed straight for the holy capital. Some people far away felt the swords in their hands ringing, before shooting skyward. The sword matrix of the void, huh? The sacred king shot a cold look at Yaya. She actually came to be able to use the sword matrix of the void. Boom! A huge rumble was heard in the air. The sacred king took control of the great matrix and a humongous pair of golden wings shot out, splitting the air before them and headed straight for Yaya. Yaya's hair billowed as she continued to gain altitude. Storms of greater magnitude were whipped up. An enormous matrix diagram of the void appeared above the holy capital. The incoming wings were torn to shreds right away. Yaya stayed floating in the air and stood before the sword diagram. It was as if she had turned into the eye of the sword herself, merging with the sword diagram. Her eyes turned blood red. Towering light of the sword pulsed and boundless aura swept about the place. Kill, Yaya uttered a word coldly. The sword diagram in the air turned into a single sword as soon as she finished. She swooped down. The sword that tore through the space before it clashed with the matrix below. Countless cracks appeared on the matrix that protected the sacred dynasty within an instant. It crumbled altogether soon after. The glass saint and the village chief stepped forward at the same time. The glass saint walked towards the sacred king while the village chief walked towards Zhou Yanwang. Yi Futian walked forward. Qin Zhuang, Yi Wuchen, and the others followed right behind him, entering the royal palace of the sacred dynasty. They were not moving at high speeds as they simply took one step after another forward. The sacred king stood unflinchingly. He took a look and wondered if that was the sword matrix of the void. Even if Yaya was still incapable of bringing the complete matrix to bear, its powers remained undeniably frightening. One hit was all it took to break the great matrix that had been protecting the great Zhou sacred dynasty for over 1,000 years. Zhou Jiming. A voice was heard. The sacred king lowered his head and looked at Yi Futian, who was walking into the royal palace. The young sage had no fear as he walked straight into the midst of the mighty ones waiting to fight him, as if none of the mighty ones of the sacred dynasty existed. There shall no longer be a great Zhou sacred dynasty in the 9 states from this day forth. The halberd of time and space appeared in his hand, as he stepped into the midst of the army of mighty ones ready to take him on. Chapter 1004. Yi Futian stepped into the air, and the halberd of time and space devoured all the brilliant light. With every step, an invisible airflow swept through the palace. A great wind rose up around him, and the faint sound of it whistling through the air could be heard. His white hair blew in the wind as the dangerous airflow filled the sky. At this moment, the space around him was completely still and silent. Yi Futian stepped into the air, and the halberd of time and space devoured all the brilliant light. With every step, an invisible airflow swept through the palace. A great wind rose up around him, and the faint sound of it whistling through the air could be heard. His white hair blew in the wind as the dangerous airflow filled the sky. At this moment, the space around him was completely still and silent. Outside the great Zhou sacred dynasty palace, a group of figures in the air watched the airflow inside and their hearts were troubled. Today, Yi Futian had led the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace on an attack against the great Zhou sacred dynasty. There were 3 saints and a group of sword cultivators. With such a small group they had broken through to the inner palace. The young woman had summoned the sword matrix of all heavens and had destroyed the matrix of the great Zhou sacred dynasty palace with a single sword. This was truly the craziest thing to happen in the history of the 9 states. This palace had once controlled the vast eastern state. And now, the barren state, which had once been so weak that anyone could bully it, had been able to break into this holy palace with so few people under Yi Futian's leadership. Even 8 years ago, no one would have believed it to be possible. Set up the matrix, came a voice. The great Zhou sacred dynasty's 2 great figures of the sage ranking, Zhou Mian and Niegai, led the army to form a matrix. They surrounded Yi Futian in an arc. At the front was the Golden Phoenix battle matrix, led by Zhou Mian, the most powerful battle matrix of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Today, they had gathered all the noble-blooded cultivators of the great Zhou sacred dynasty into this matrix in order to kill Yi Futian. But somehow, Yi Futian still continued forward. Every single one of the battle matrices felt a strong sense of threat from him. This one man seemed like he could cut his way through an entire army. Perhaps it was because the shock they had felt from Yi Futian's last couple battles was too strong. It left an unshakable image in their minds. Outside of those on the same plane, he had no rivals in the 9 states. He could destroy an army all on his own. On that day at the palace, imperial brilliance had shone upon him, and many cultivators had turned to ash. But this time, Yi Futian did not release that kind of power. So they still had a chance to kill him. Yi Futian advanced towards the Golden Phoenix battle matrix, and everyone's life spirit bloomed. Their golden phoenixes cried out as their endless power melded together, giving birth to a single golden bird that covered the skies. It screamed at Yi Futian, and a terrible airflow swept out towards him, turning into a destructive golden flame that glowed with sharp golden light. But Yi Futian seemed not to feel it. He continued forward, as the swordsmen behind him just watched. They had no intention of getting involved. It seemed like Yi Futian could handle this battle on his own. They had just come for the hunt. They would let none of them escape. The violent attack swept out towards Yi Futian, who was standing by himself. Suddenly, a destructive force appeared in the air above him, and cracking sounds rang out into the distance as apocalyptic golden thunder crashed. The world around him was transformed into a purgatory of destruction. The violent airflow shot towards him but was swallowed up by the destructive force. Yi Futian rose up slowly, higher and higher, just like a god. The destructive storm swept out, covering the sky, seeming to want to cover the entirety of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty Palace. Every bit of destructive light in the storm contained within it the power to tear through space. Within the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, countless people looked up at Yi Futian where he floated in the sky like a god. The Great Zhou Sacred King was also watching, but he did not immediately attack. When he sensed Yi Futian's power, a strong desire to kill flashed in his eyes. Yi Futian stepped forward and turned into a dazzling golden beam of light. He flashed through the sky towards the matrix where Zhou Mian was. He thrust the halberd of time and space forward and a blinding radiance ran through the air, swallowing up all the light. Zhou Mian moved, and the golden phoenix battle matrix released a powerful aura. Its huge wings trembled as the huge phoenix gathered together the power of all the nobles of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty into a single attack. It turned into a devastating divine phoenix and rushed towards Yi Futian. Countless golden figures appeared in the sky and streamed towards Yi Futian. But he ignored them all and pierced through the golden phoenix. The halberd of time and space swallowed up all the light. His arms shook as the halberd shot forward. The halberd of time and space brought nothingness. Everything turned into nothingness. A dull sound rose up from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty Palace rose up, and a terrible glow shot out. The halberd of time and space collided with the golden phoenix, and all the people below could see was a radiant glimmer. Boom! There was a sound that shook the heavens and the earth as the golden phoenix battle matrix shattered and the cultivators within flew in different directions, spitting up blood. A single attack from his halberd had destroyed the golden phoenix battle matrix. Outside the palace, people could faintly see the destructive light. They trembled as the halberd descended and the golden phoenix battle matrix was destroyed. Their hearts seemed to want to jump out of their chests. Was this the legendary Yi Futian from the Barren State? White hair and white clothes, and with a single thrust of the halberd could shock gods and ghosts. Besides the saints, who could match him? He was, without a doubt, the most powerful figure in the 9 states below the saint level. The destructive light swept out from Yi Futian, swallowing up every bolt of lightning in the sky. A group of figures fell down to the earth, their spiritual will having collapsed. At that moment, everyone knew true despair. The destructive light enveloped Zhou Mian. It raged across his body, making him tremble. Yi Futian floated over towards him, and the halberd of time and space devoured the destructive light. Zhou Mian looked at the white-haired figure before him, and there was endless sorrow in his eyes. Was it possible that there was someone this powerful in the world? Yi Futian was not even a saint. He was nothing more than a mid-level sage. He had not even released as much power as he had last time, so how could he be this strong? In front of this kind of power, even a sage of the sages and saints ranking was like an ant. Even if the number 1 figure on the sage ranking appeared before him, he would be killed in a single blow. There was a look in Yi Futian's eyes. It was as if he was indifferent to life. Zhou Mian could clearly feel that in those eyes he was already a dead man. And not only him, the halberd of space and time thrust forward, and Zhou Mian, the brother of the Great Zhou Sacred King, was pierced through. This all-powerful sage was killed as helplessly as an ant up there in the sky, bringing an end to his glorious life. He had once led an army to attack the Holy Ji Palace, and in that battle had threatened to destroy it. But in the end, they had retreated. If he had a chance to do it again, he would have destroyed it no matter the cost. He would have destroyed the palace instead of giving them a chance to breathe. Yi Futian pulled the halberd of time and space out, and Zhou Mian's body fell from the sky. He did not look at it but instead looked to the Great Zhou Sacred King and said, "Zhou Zhiming, do you know how many people are in the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty?" The Great Zhou Sacred King looked at the white-haired youth. His eyes looked the same as they had that day outside of Nether Sword Mound. The difference was that back then, Yi Futian had not dared to look at him so arrogantly and stubbornly, or else he would have launched a sacred war against the holy Ji Palace. But now, Yi Futian had invaded the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty Palace, stood in front of him, and killed someone from the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. He would not let him kill a second person. Attack! The great Zhou Sacred King yelled coldly. Nie Gai and the other great Zhou Sacred Dynasty cultivators attacked. In an instant, terrible storms swept across the sky. There were swords with the ability to kill anything, and great fists that broke through the air. A storm of rule power raged all around, and all of it rushed towards Yi Futian. This terrible storm seemed to want to swallow Yi Futian up and kill him. Some of these attacks were aimed at his flesh, and some sought to destroy his spiritual will. Everything was in chaos. But Yi Futian stood in the air above the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty Palace, and the destructive light still shone around him. He let the endless attacks fall upon him. They enveloped him, but he seemed to not even see them. The destructive light blocked the devastating storm. It smashed into his body and into his spiritual will, but the white-robed figure still stood there calmly, letting all the destructive power fall upon him. He still stood there, unmoving. The storm dispersed, and his white hair flowed in the wind, dancing like a forest of sharp blades. He gripped the halberd of time and space tightly and swept his gaze over everyone. At that moment, the people of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty truly knew what it was to despair. How could he be so strong? A mid-level sage was strong enough to ignore the attacks of all the other sages. Could the outcome of this battle be in any doubt? He could destroy everyone in the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty by himself. No wonder he had brought so few people. Qin Zhuang and the others flashed over and got in position, blocking off all avenues of retreat. They had not come to fight but to kill. Yi Futian moved, stepping forward and ignoring the spatial distance between him and Nie Gai. He descended in front of him, thrusting the halberd of time and space forward. Nie Gai had no power to resist, and it thrust through his forehead. He did not even have a chance to fight back. Sage-level cultivators were like ants before him. The great Zhou Sacred King closed his eyes, wishing to completely destroy him. Yi Futian's strength made him realize that there was no chance of anyone under the saint level killing him. No chance at all. So, only he and Zhou Yanwang could do it. He did not order a retreat. This was the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty Palace. Where could they retreat to? He would fight to the death here today, and so would the others. Attack! Yelled Yi Futian. He moved forward, transforming into a golden beam of light. Everywhere he passed, crashing sounds rang out as bodies fell from the sky. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.